Доброе утро, дорогие
Good
зрители.
morning, dear visitors. The Multimedia Center of the Russian Museum starts and opens the second day of the conference dedicated to blockchain in its essence. But as subjects, we have such issues as art, as game in the widest sense of this word, and also the essence of everything that is happening. As the first day showed us, a great interest in information regarding these issues, and that is why we are to concentrate on the most important topics for the museums community and for cultural in general. The morning session is to be started by Vladimir Popov on the art of the future today in terms of evolution of Web 3.0, art of XR reality, economy of deeds, copyright and other rights of objects and prospects. Vladimir, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте.
Good morning. I can launch the screen sharing.
Так, вижу, что демонстрация включилась. Итак,
I
меня...
see the screen sharing is on. My name is Vladimir Popov. For over 15 years, I've been working as an IT entrepreneur. I'm also involved in Web 3.0 researches and all the issues that you've enumerated, blockchain, all P2P systems, economies of deeds, are all included in one notion of Web 3.0. And in terms of a very small portion of it, I would like to dwell upon the art and Web 3.0. We also touch upon the cognitive gnoseology and other issues, but we are limited in time. That is why I will just make an introduction to the general notion of where we are today and where we are heading in the future. And I will also give you some examples of what I will be talking about. So today we have one network. It is internet. This is subject reputation. There's centralization and fragmented reality. What are we to have the so-called tomorrow where I live, my colleagues live? That's a multi network. Apart from apart from internet, you will have Internet of Things, dynamic part networks. There is nodes, bitcoins, IPFSs, and so on, so forth. So you will have reputation, and the major issue that is arise is the transactional reputation, and that's also the equality between the subject and object is probably the most important thing. And of course, in terms of objective decentralization, where we are now, we have no question whether it will happen. There's only one question, whether the decentralization and evolution in an open way with all the systems involved in open, in public system, or it will be closed system with some access, but that's only ideological question. So it's very hard to question it. And as we have called it XR reality, in the future in which we live today, we will not only have one real reality in which we live and have been living since the ancient time, but that's also a combined reality where we have the reality, the virtual reality, artificial reality, and mixed reality. They are all combined into XR reality. And within all these frames, I will be talking about art, because what we call a metaverse, the metaverse is nothing else but one of the ideas of the XR. And as I've been watching yesterday's conference, we discussed the CryptoKitties back in 2017, the market in 2021. But if we take a look at the process with tokenization, NFT, and so on and so forth, we will see that this small green ball is just one small dot on the space of prospects of economy of deeds. What is economy of deeds? It's an action and misaction and a mission. So you say something, you watch it, you have a catharsis, and you have tokens because that is the economy of direct digital exchange. So we had money, but now we have bitcoins, ethereums, and so on and so forth. And there is also an opportunity to engage the exchange through tokens, through tokenization. And in the nearest 3-5 years, the economy of this will become the largest in all world, because it not only includes 7.5 billion people, but it also includes about 30 billions of others devices, scripts, and so on and so forth, and their number will be just growing. Another very important issue I would like to talk about is that we are used to seeing subjects and actors of Web 3.0 that create things, including things related to art, and we are used to seeing them as servants for us, because we ask Shazam what's the music and it answers us. We ask Netflix for recommendations of what to watch and so on and so forth. Singularity's lab, they can define the style of a picture, the genres, and so on, or for example the time when it was made, and that is convenient for us. As for also speakers like Siri and Alisa, they not only give us the results, but they also ensure some financial results for us. For example, as the assistance from Tinkoff Bank. And of course, they are all help us. They are subjects in our life. But if we continue this list, you will see that it's completely different picture. Why? We need to understand that in the very beginning of the 20th century, I don't mean the 20th century of in general, but that started in 1910 and so on and so forth. So that time is going into past a bit, and I will tell you where we are heading now. So as of today, even despite what we are talking about, we're still coming back to the postmodern discussions. When you are in a scientific, in IT sphere, in some other spheres, you discuss the personality, you realize that people are deeply involved in lies, because lies have also a positive effect. It protects us from continuous wrap up, because we like the tokenists, we like futurist books, we like science fiction, so on and so forth. On this slide, I showed you some examples of artificial intelligence. I will not draw upon the intellect because it's an endless topic. It's not just a neural network, but that's outside my report. I will just give you some aspects in which neural networks and artificial intelligence is doing incredibly well. It's efficient. They help write scenarios for films. They help in translation into various languages. They help in making text and help them in editing text. They can create text, literature text. They can write poems. And of course, they have lots of things related to arts. And I will show you some examples a bit later. And they have an opportunity to interpret the art based on encyclopedia knowledge that they have within the artificial intelligence. Of course, the AI is used to write music, to synthesize music, to do whatever else. And the most interesting thing is that we need to understand that before this stage of our development, uh, we only gave them the objective reality, and they were only objects for us. But as of today, if we need to recognize them as subjects as well, and if we don't, we actually grow competitors to us, and being a competitor to AI is actually a very scary thing, because you're always somewhere at the edge of your dream and reality, and the thing that you have today and right now, you only vision this in your mind, and AI can bring it into reality. And what this is what you have today. So if you take a look at photography as an art, and there are many opinions regarding this, nevertheless, I believe in photograph, which is different, and the photograph as just a picture and the photograph as an art. And also there is another art which creates the photograph with an AI. And AI here exceeds people here because virtual reality for AI is an environment which is uh, inhabitant an environment for the AI, and it can do something new from the art. It can improve the sound of video. It can take pictures and make a video flow from them, make a website to show this movie, and also publish these pictures on the website, clean the sound of the video, and AI is capable of doing all of that. And it can only take some parts of educational materials, and it can even develop the movie by itself. And that's actually very great because the XR that I'm talking about today, it's very complicated and it requires technical resources, economical resources, and so on and so forth. We also need to identify legal status of objects. Therefore, neural networks are very good helpers to us in this, because when we are talking about virtual reality, you need to understand that you make um, the textures, and just in order to make a small part of some beautiful place, you will spend lots of time, lots of resources, and there is no guarantee then you will do it even better than if you're using the AI. And of course, we have a picture by Paul Gauguin, and we have uh, also the graphic reduction, graphic editor, and you can use it to create pictures of romantists, impressionists, and you can develop the world based on their dynamics. So you can see on the left the picture that is painted by a person, and to the left you can see the picture painted by AI. Of course, that's not a different way of art or something individual or unique, but that's why we need to discuss what an art is and what brings us to art. Moving forward, I must say that I love Ivazovsky and his wave in the Russian Museum, and also Lutek. And when I studied art, uh, when when we had books to study art, and when I was looking at El Greco, and I mentioned that many faces were alike, and when I saw his portrait, I realized that he actually reproduced his appearance in all his paintings, and that's what we call a style. But when uh, we apply the same logic to subjects, to neural networks, to AI subjects, also to some scripted objects. Unfortunately, we don't have this understanding. Then these objects may also be some sort of the impression or expression of a style. We're not interested in this for now, but nevertheless, when you enter their environment, you get an art, because this is how they see this world. This is how AI sees this world. And this brings us back to the idea that these paintings have no very important component that used to be attributed to all material objects of art. For example, Da Vinci spent more than 10 years uh, to write Gioconda's Smile, and also Wisniewski spent several years to paint his princess. And but here everything happens much more quicker. And if we look at our world, the world has been running faster and faster. In the first watch had no minute error, but then we have the seconds error. Now we have milliseconds errors, and now people are living in an accelerated tempo, and the speed is growing and growing. And I had a question for many years that, of course, you can study the Web 3.0 art. And when I was preparing the report, I saw the picture from my son. I remember that we have been to a museum recently, and if you take a look at the left and right segments of the screen, you will see that my son just synthesizes in terms of the aspect that we are considering now. He just synthesized what he saw back in the museum. And then I saw an abstraction, and that just gives us that the brain works in such a way that brings us back to the issue that we've been having for past several years. We are not ready to separate the XR reality from the reality. So we don't see the art, the picture, the AI. We just don't differentiate between them. We think it's irrelevant for now, but we also have autopilots in planes. We also trust a lot to AI-based devices. They work in autonomous or semi-autonomous modes. We have such things like in Tesla and some other ways which are run by AI and automated systems. And that's why when we want to dive deeper into the neural networks, we need to consider this topic. So one more topic that we need to consider, for example, there are media that create uh, some not really truly artificial pictures in terms of style, but these pictures are not really worse than if they were created by a living artist in a digital or in some other way. And this picture was made just within seconds. So this service costs and the painting costs $84 for many people living on planet Earth. This is a monthly earning. So the question is why a living person earns so little and AI earns so much? And the AI actually brings us not only to technical but to economical aspect. Here's another example. Actually, I didn't want to show it to you. That's actually the portrait of Edmond Bellamy, and he was painted by an AI, and he was sold on Christie's for $432,500. And any person who spent a lot of time learning how to use paints and so on and so forth. So he will ask the question, where's the truth? Whether this is the art? And I don't believe that the person will be objective in terms of making assessments of such paintings. And of course, we have this notion of inceptionism because it is mostly related to authors in Web 3.0 reality. Why? Because it is only this place where you can find such artists. They are not existent in real reality, where we read books, and even when we read books, we dive deep into inexistent reality. And but here we have the feedback which we didn't have from books, and that's the major difference of XR art from all other types of arts. And this is probably the most important table that I wanted to show you. It brings the idea that AI and other actors like robots, scripts, or other things related to cybernetics, they take the world even in deeper scale than we do, because we only see the visual light, but they see something that they do that we can't see. Because even though we have radio telescopes, we develop the techniques, but we ourselves cannot see or speak in the same range, but they do. And when they see more than we do, they can uh, make iterations in terms of music or art and present what they see to us. That's what happens today. And when you use an AI and ask it to make a picture, you will see the picture that it sees in the world that it sees. And of course, that's creates a new economy, a new environment. And of course, we have all noises around us. That's our environment, full of noises, of trams, of cars, planes, TVs, and computers, and so on and so forth. And if a person will not be able to make a beautiful world of all these noises, he will be going nuts and going crazy. That's what happens with the third world countries. Actually, we know that the poor, the person, and they they don't have an access to art, and they degrade in some way because they have nowhere to grow. But some third world countries used to have a lot of art. And if you visit these countries, you will see a lot in terms of degradation of a civilization for just 100 or 150 years. So when you see AI reality or XR reality painting, you will see that this painting may be an art. And when you try to sell this art to a person who lives at the age of reality and virtual reality, the person tells you, uh, I will just make the same picture. I will make some fiction movie and so on and so forth, but he will not be able to create the same what the AI did. And the artificial intelligence has the philosophy of chance. So it lives in a world where there is no good or bad, it just evolves in this world. But a person living in 21st century is involved due to the postmodern, after the 20th century with the cubism, with the psychoanalysis, and the postmodern that we made a leap to. And a person is living in abstracts, and a person believes in lies. It becomes very difficult to identify the truth from lies, and we have this the lying truth. And this is where we need to ask some questions to ourselves. So because the bee sees a different world, uh, and the fish, as we believe to Hawking, the fish sees the world in a different way. And if we don't take a different perception of the world, and we just keep buying it, keep using it as an entertainment, then we will be lagging behind the progress in those countries who were at the peak of progress, but then they stopped in development, and they are now lagging behind other countries. That might happen to the humankind. If we stop um, evolving, we will be lagging behind the evolution. Technological evolution. Of course, technologies don't solve social or economic issues, but they may help us optimize these solutions. And AI, you should not be afraid of it because it provides solutions like capsules within XR worlds. Mm, If we apply all this, we will have the future. If we stop now, we will have no future, and we'll come to the thesis of war of all against all and so on and so forth. Uh, and when you see this picture on the slide, that's actually number 20. That's what happens here and today, because many people have a lot of time, less work, uh, because we only work 8 hours, and people of the past used to work to 10 or 15 hours per day. And today we have a huge number of things just at the tip of your finger. You can just press the button, you get the foods delivered, you can your house cleaned, and many people still don't do art. And this is where the basic diversification happens. And when we come back to cyborgs, so these are people who try to transform themselves for new format. They try to apply biohacking, but they are lagging behind uh, from what we used to do, because these people don't do art. They only try to replicate something. And this is one way where we can go. Another scenario is when you create autonomous digital avatar that does everything for you. You only lie in one place, and then at some point you just disappear as a personality. But your avatar remains and lives in XR reality. But there's also a positive way of development. That's, of course, the development of artificial intelligence through topographical protected channels, of also the synthesis of noosphere and technosphere, and so on and so forth. So if you act as an actor, you need to remember about these alternatives. So to sum up, in 20th century, the photograph killed realism. We developed various directions, very interesting directions. And when I visited the museum, I saw Picasso. You could see how he reduced from the most complicated to the easiest part. And that's what people think. Why do we need to do that to get to new levels? Because the hyperrealism went far away from usual realism, and that was very important. But after that, the cinema brought realism back again. And from static realism, we got the dynamic realism. And XR, in its essence, it evolves the surrounding atmosphere into one postmodern that in which you have lots of data around you, and there is just one simple question: new types of art, whether can they be created by a person or non-person, but they are still created for person. And another topic that I would like to mention is that when we understand this and can use this, then we will understand that the economy of deeds, where art plus labor brings to positive results, this will result in an ability to develop in the next paradigm, which is just being developed now. For example, DeepMind is actually uh, is actually in debt to Google for $1.5 billion, but it didn't earn any money. But today, this artificial intelligence can earn money and can repay its debt to Google. That's what happens today. And we didn't have this before because we had to choose conditions of any exchange in terms of money or objects and so on and so forth. But today you have various types of exchange. So in 20th centuries, we have eclectics and the volume. Today, we understand we have deepfakes. So you don't understand whether this is a person in front of you or this is just an object created by AI which resembles a person. Mm, And can you create some things or sell some things that are no art but bring you profit? And this brings us very important to a very important thing and very important paradox, which is a postmodern, by definition, dominates. By today, we need a new type of not only existent economies, but also a new type of understanding of art, because we are used to seeing art as something rare, but today there is a lot of art. And where and when do we need to make accents in terms of art is something unclear, because being rare is not being unique. I would call it like this. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is that what we are to see in the future, of course, these are co-authors films where AI helps to create scripts, help to create the atmosphere, involve you into process, maybe surround you with some sort of reality in which you will be involved. But even though you understand that this is still a movie, even a scary movie, and this happens with biotech, where you will be able to release some time for you by um, writing some some things down, by making some notes, some arts, because when the email appeared, many people still been writing like written letters, but later we went to emails, and of course something like this will be happening to us in the future. So when we understand that the art is a synthetic category, then we will need to come back to some mechanisms where people and other actors of Web 3.0 and realities and sizes, uh, regardless of what you understand behind it, uh, they will be doing things that will be interesting to them only, because there is a lot of things, there are a lot of directions to develop, and people will have the chance to choose the process that they want, because economy of these is based on actions first of all. I have a research in which I describe existing mechanisms for virus, a polymorph virus, which is existing within the XR, and it can earn money, it can develop some minimal art, whether it's real art or not. And when you understand all this, you ask yourself a question. So in terms of gnosiology, Scientology, and so on and so forth. So these uh, things that we have, you will be able to adjust them, you will be able to change them and make them better. And I believe that human beings are very good and kind, and the other things, the bad things, are actually things that we are taught to. And I believe we will do our best to use our results to the best. Here you can see results and also examples of some robots, of some AI involved into this or that types of arts. My name is Vladimir Popov. Mm, I run Menoscope, and thank you for the ability to speak here today, and thank you very much uh, for the ability to be on the conference. Can you hear me? Yes, I am impressed by your speech, because you are one of very few people, and as well as participants of our community, who are not just new to this realm of culture, science, and technologies, but you've been involved into this for several years. And even despite nearly every second slide of yours gave me a reason to argue, but I need to analyze all this, and thank you very much for that. And there is just one small question to you. As you've described, should be called the mass culture in its very general sense. So would you agree to this definition, very general definition, into terms of dividing the world into elite culture and mass culture? Shall I give you the short answer? Uh, I would say yes, but if I give a bigger answer, I would say that art can come to unification, a positive unification. Uh, uh, so this division between elite and mass culture, it's actually not very good. It's very dangerous. Which is, we see it's in ecology and environment, in economy. And what I think is that when we use modern technologies, approaches, and methodologies, we can make people more equal, but in terms of opportunities, because many people today say we have rights and opportunities, but in real, uh, it's a bit lies, because there is economical development, economical differences, and we need to come back to art. And of course, my report was mostly about mass art, but as I see a humankind with a great potential that has not been uncovered yet. So this is my reply, and that's what I had.
So for a long period of time, we have been conducting work, researches on discovering of metaverse for each artist. So it's a very interesting process, and I truly believe that it has future, but only in the professional environment. And when we contact with the representatives of very big commercial structures and of the digital world, as our talks about it and our invitation to cooperation doesn't meet any feedback, because the commercial environment cannot become a part of mass culture or doesn't cause any commercial demand. So why I'm saying this? Because in our Russian mentality, the tradition of education, it's not just sound, it's a very important point in our philosophy, of our national philosophy and our national culture. And where those nationalities become blurry in the world where you are speaking with us from, how this educational story goes. Nobody needs this educational story, classical educational story. I can't agree with you completely, because I have a very good example. Georgian people, if you look at the languages that are developing online, of course, it's the English language, it's the Chinese language, but top 10 languages are German and Russian. And Georgian language is very close to this list. So they try to keep and develop their culture, and they develop technologies, and they don't see any problem in it. So this is globalization. It's a globalization process in its origin in hyper-capitalistic shape and form. It's been always like that. And at some point, people understand that without their ethnic identity, any revolution is possible. And education, if you look at B2B blockchain environment, without this hype on cryptocurrencies, so those are people who invest a lot of efforts. They print books for free, they donate, and they facilitate this educational process to engage other people. And why blockchain worked so fast? Because the first step included many enthusiasts that with their languages developed, and it very, very fast. And for this reason, Russia is still in 100 of countries B2B development, because we have many enthusiasts, because people are used to helping each other, because we have the history like that. So on the one hand, I agree with you that there is such mechanism and it prevails, and on the other hand, there is an opposite side that should develop as well. Thank you. Thank you indeed. I think you are our friends in future cooperation. So we don't have any other questions, and we are going to present another speaker, the owner of the magazine Russian Photo and creator of the community, the club Russian Photo, Vladimir Pavshenko, and his presentation that says how the blockchain changed the art market, using the example of digital photography, the origin of NFT market, and challenges that can't be fixed. Okay. Okay, let me introduce myself again. I'm Vladimir Pavshenko. It's a magazine, Russian Photo. I'm the editor. Also, we have our own awards, 35 awards, and I have been working in photography for a long time. In 2017, we were the pioneers of tokenization of artworks. NFT term even didn't exist then. We worked on decentralized base that now so it's actually worth far relative of what is called NFT now. And I'm going to show you something that will help those who are not prepared in terms of tokenization of art and why we need it. So can you see my screen? I'm going to show you the video.
Нет.
No, unfortunately, we can't see the video.
Сейчас немножечко помогут.
So our technical specialists are going to help you. So unfortunately, we have some technical issues with the video demonstration.
Видим рабочий стол только пока.
So we can see only your desktop.
Хорошо. Так, вот так, наверное. Ну-ка.
So let me try. Yeah.
Да, уже лучше.
So it's getting better, and yeah, the video starts working.
Спасибо. Звука нет.
We can't hear anything. If you had sound, so please try to turn it on, because the video goes without any sound.
Владимир, вы слышите меня?
Vladimir, can you hear us?
Вы не комментируете?
So you are not.
Потому что звука нет у вас, да, видео?
Да.
So yeah, unfortunately, we can't hear anything. Okay, so let's skip this part. Let me start my presentation. Can you see the presentation now? Yes, we can.
В общем, видео тогда я выложу куда-то, наверное, может быть, в чат.
Okay, I will share my video. Yeah, so for you to clarify some points. So prehistory is like that. In 2017, when we talked with representatives of art societies and communities, our main idea was to so that the market of art, it's a stable market that shows very slow growth. It's conservative market. You can see it on the slides. So despite the fact that it grew at some point by 60%, so you can see that average price is about $65 million per year. And if you look at the cryptocurrency market with its huge growth, and so when we so the capitalization of the market was very big, and we had the forecast that this market would grow, and main representatives of that cryptocurrency market were young investors who didn't have any idea about art market, how it worked. So art market works, first of all, through personal contacts, and most deals are executed in the gray zone. And so those young investors who are used to open blockchains, transparent blockchains, they don't go there. So in terms of this transparent parts of art market, this market is growing, it shows it grows, and today's data you can check on these slides. I downloaded those figures in the morning. So this is contemporary art data. You can see NFT share in contemporary art, and so the turnover of this market was $2.7 billion with more than 3,000 participants and more than 100,000 deals. So we are speaking about $127 million, and we remember that $69 million were given to Beeple digital painting. So what does it say to us? We see the way to develop for this market, and as I see it, we need to make this market transparent and understandable for young investors. And I would like to speak about the challenges that we identified in 2017, and let's check what has changed. So half of this market, as I said, is a gray zone that is not controlled. There is no unique history of artworks of their origin, and no protection from copying of these digital copies, and control of those copies are, so to say, is a responsibility of a gallery or just a promise of a photographer, and there is no opportunity to check the authenticity of and check copyrights. So continue talking about challenges of this art market. Actually, those are not only challenges and why blockchain can help it. So actually this video that I wanted to show showed it. So the photographer uploads its digital original work of art, then he fixes his authority, copyrights, author's rights, and then expert community evaluates this picture, and there may be experts on the level of critics or recognized masters, or it may be just a user and they may just compare. And our rewards, 35 awards machine analyzes the works, and then people show the picture. People are showed the pictures, and they may choose quality content. So this kind of mechanism can be used here as well. And after this expert's estimation, a token is issued. So you can see that you receive the right for printing, and we would like to verify those printing centers that using those tokens would publish this limited number of copies with some mechanism of protection, so security mechanism. And then a buyer can buy this token and print in the laboratory that are certified. So how, in this case, we receive a photography as an artwork where we know that this artwork, this photo was verified, and the digital copy, the number of digital copies is limited. We know how they were registered, and everything is coded and tokenized, and this information is stored on servers. Here, with emergence of blockchain technologies, we understood how we can change it, and we receive decentralized database with these pieces, art pieces. How we saw it in 2017? Why we realized that blockchain is needed for art market? So our experts, based on their experience and authority and their reputation, they estimate evaluate some works of art. Then critics work with these pieces, and each painting has its history of exhibition, of deals, and this information is kept on the blockchain. So the complete provenance, starting from the moment of registering the art piece on the blockchain, and you can track it. So through this, the author can check where this painting is exhibited, and so it's because the artist is kind of a co-author of the exhibition. What do we have today in 2021? So some platforms, some concrete platforms that provide the deals that can't be called transparent, unfortunately, because many projects that are presented, they are very far from fine arts and contemporary arts, and sometimes they follow their own interests. I don't know if I can speak about it or not, but for example, if some user goes through this procedure KYC and presents his or her passport, you go through the process of verification, buys some art on drop for not so big money, and then some unknown wallet buys it many times more. He receives money on his own wallet. He doesn't have to check the buyer of his work of art. And what are we doing now? So we are doing the biggest photo in the world, 1 million megapixels, and we asked our audience, and we found out that most people that are far from blockchain technologies still believe that blockchain and cryptocurrency is a kind of fraud and financial pyramid, so they don't believe in it. So we have the questions that are left. Does this market need transparency? Does this young generation of investors need classical arts, fine arts? We need to think about these questions, and I would like to invite people to take part in our project regarding this huge photo for 1 million megapixels, where they upload their photos and they take part in this biggest collage in the world. So I'm ready to answer your questions now.
Прямых вопросов я не вижу.
Actually, I don't see any direct questions right now.
Ну, у нас еще 3 минуты по таймингу.
So I still have 3 minutes left for my presentation. So, and your presentation,
У технологов. Она сейчас потом
и-
будет,
so your video,
Вы имеете в виду,
what about your video that you presented in the beginning where we didn't have the sound? Let's try to run it again and check if it's possible to see.
2 минуты занимает.
So actually it takes 2 minutes and I still have 2 minutes for my presentation.
Общую систему.
Let me try to fix it.
И еще раз попробовать. Меня слышно?
да.
Can you hear me?
Ага, вот.
Yes, we can.
Попробуем подключить ее вот таким образом. Так. Давайте попробуем. Видео видите?
So let's try it this way. Let's try to run it
Пока опять тоже.
from my computer.
Пошло
Мгм.
всё.
Так, давайте попробуем. Вот так.
Да, только звука нет.
Unfortunately, we can't hear it. There is still no sound, only the video.
Слышно меня?
Вы где-то выключили звук, подсказывают.
Я специально это сделал. Сейчас меня слышно?
Да, да.
Давайте вот так попробуем.
So let's try again. So blockchain changes usual fields of life, and art market goes further. So it's a public provenance with a history of deals and critic evaluation. In this technology, the information can be faked or cheated. That's why the market becomes transparent. And this is what we need in terms of investments on the market of artworks. The volume is estimated from 45 to 57 billion dollars per year, but for many players on this market, the information about the deal still stays closed and unavailable. So there is no information, and the only guarantee is the trust. So copyright and trust is still actual on this market, and Artex is using the blockchain to work with authors and the investors. So you have mobile application with very convenient interface that reveals the information about the history of business deals and make it understandable for young investors. How does it work on the example of a picture? So the owner of a picture goes to the verified gallery where it's been checked. Then the work of art goes through the expert attribution procedure. Then the painting is purchased and everything is registered on the blockchain. It's a very transparent business deal. The collectioner receives the artwork and the author of the painting receives his or her money. So this is how it works.
Всё, да, как бы очень всё понятно.
Actually, it's clear and your message is clear. Yeah, so,
Только
but
вспоминается вот, например, портрет
I'm recalling the portrait
Николая Васильевича
of Nikolai Vasilievich Gogol, for example, where the provenance, what you called provenance, is 99% of the cost of this painting if we evaluate the cost and worth of the work of art. So indeed, information technologies, they pull this historically made tradition that, as you know, the provenance, the mystery of provenance is important for these objects of art. Yeah, it's a classical art. Yes, exactly. I agree with you. The market of the traditional art doesn't need this transparency. That was my point. So we need to define how you want to attract young investors, because they need transparency, they need clarification, they don't need this mystery of the provenance. The market has changed in this perspective, really. We don't need mysteries here in this case. Thank you, thank you. I hope to see you next time. And so I'm inviting a media artist, Vitaly Vinogradov, with his presentation on challenges of exhibition, verification, and storage of digital art. And so he's here and he will speak from our studio. Good afternoon. I am Vitaly Vinogradov. I am from London. I'm a digital artist. I have been working in this field for more than 25 years, and I would like to speak about several aspects of digital arts exposition, verification, and storage. And I also would like to speak about possibilities of NFT for exhibiting of digital arts. Is NFT art? I will not go in. I will not discuss it because I don't work with it. So what is interesting for museums now, it's a black spot for artists and freedom for young people. So one of the key problems that has digital art, it's exhibition, digital exhibition. And I face this problem from time to time. And the opportunities for exhibition are changing, and we have new opportunities for this. We speak about galleries, museum, and some other exhibitions. And when we speak about multimedia art, then thanks to a big amount of projection facilities, any idea of an artist can be implemented and realized. So the opportunities are huge, incredible, to show their audio art, light art, mapping. There are technologies that allow to create any effects. And for paintings created with a computer, we have to use, compromised variant of technologies and facilities, printing or canvas, or if we organize some joint exhibition with the traditional art and such, digital art sometimes works in a compromised technique, look as cheap fakes. But if we speak about works of 3D sculptures, 3D sculpture doesn't exist itself. We work with 3D technologies and utilize 3D technologies to produce sculptures. So it's a kind of a technology. So a sculpture, it's a kind of work of 3D printing. So the computer is responsible for this artwork. So as a result, you have a work made in a traditional technique, in bronze, in stone, or any other classical material. Other methods, when we speak about GIFs, it's using of monitors. Monitor is a flat object and is not different. For example, if you compare it with a painting in a frame. So now the processes that are going in the modern world, it's a challenge. And now I'm working with an organization, Digital Art Foundation, DAF, and galleries. There are many galleries like that, so from regular 360-degree filming and expositions to construction galleries that imitate any interior. This space has works that can be seen on tablets, computers, so on mobile phones. You can plunge and immerse into virtual worlds, and you may walk through these galleries, exhibitions, and you have this reality of real presence. So what DAF offered is to create localization of the virtual gallery. Unfortunately, I don't have the sample. I can't show it to you in technical terms, but I will tell you about the idea. So creation of the space with invented story, we offered a space that allows to exhibit any works of art of any sizes and in any techniques. Videos without monitors or paintings with sounds, so any techniques, any combinations of art. And it looks like a gallery on the Earth's orbit. All citizens of Earth left the planet, and now a huge asteroid is located on the orbit. There is a premise that allows to exhibit any works that can be 10 or more meters high. So actually those works, as I said, are made on computers because the open space allows to create any space of any size. And I don't know, I haven't been in space yet, but I believe it's a comfortable environment to show all aspects of digital art. Our gallery is one more step to create an ideal environment. Localization of exhibitions is important, and we live in a social and digital world now. We expect it to appear on Instagram, Facebook, Telegram, and everywhere, actually. Literally everywhere. As for NFTs, now they are used on marketplaces. They are similar to shops and exchange markets. Their interest is far from problems of art. They are interested only in money, only in making money. There is no other interest for these marketplaces, and that's why they have galleries with very simple and narrow functions: to show, to tell about the works of art, and to sell those works. Yeah, and they are not going to change it, but taking into consideration the speed of growing of those markets, we can see that the market tries to adjust to this reality and to show the problems with verification and authenticity of the objects. So we have these challenges. We talked about it: verification and identification of art pieces, and these problems are being solved now. At least we try to do this. Just a moment. So as for the verification and its absence, this is the second challenge I would like to touch today. If in traditional art, the signature is the original point, so to prove their origin and provenance of work of art, so in the digital work, it's not enough. Digital works can be copied or stolen, and NFT verification is not understandable process, not completely understandable process. And yesterday we heard that NFT approves the verification, but it's far from being true. If I registered as a Picasso and present reproduction of their works, I can do this, and you can do this. and my signature will be unique. So it means that we will be happy owners of those artworks. Moreover, we will become Picassos ourselves. I don't understand the idea of this process, because there are two unique certificates of authenticity. So each NFT is a unique certificate, but they are not compared among each other. But if there is no comparison among those certificates, if the system doesn't do it and doesn't prove and verify what is true and what is not, and what is the idea of the system, you see, and if the difference is only in 1 pixel, it makes the work unique. So 2 separate independent NFT tokens will be created. So I have to say that there are different systems that allow to receive these certificates of authenticity. Those certificates, those systems track digital signatures of work. Those systems are very good, and it's a very good base for artists, galleries, and museums. So on the blockchain, you create your digital signature, and this signature has unique features, signature, the name, the place of the registration, number of works, and this information may be verified at any time. All moving of these works and all rights for this work are also registered. Of course, it's more interesting, and it has nothing to do with NFTs, but uses blockchain. This system uses private blockchains. It's very convenient for artists, galleries, and museums in terms of protection. For example, a limited edition of a pen or glasses or any item made in a limited tirage. NFT also creates unique signatures and keeps works in public ledger blockchain to sell those. If we speak about fashion, we see that clothes item appears on a fashion shows and goes to collection and then to shop, but NFT is created, then is sold on trade markets, and then appears in the exhibitions, because exhibitions turn out to be the result of the recognition of the painting estimated in cryptocurrency. And NFT can be a simple avatar with minimum of pixels, or a work of or a result of hard work that can be used by people who are very far from art, but can be sold on the market. So some of the markets really select works of art according to their criteria, but here we are talking about competition between these markets. They don't have any expert reviews or expertise, only hype created by some fans or players. But I hope that they will come to these expert reviews. Moreover, galleries are appearing that show NFT art. So this emerging galleries, I'm showing it on this slide. The problem of any NFT exhibition is a unification of monitors with stamps. It looks like that. It's very interesting. It's English Institute. There are many organizations that have emerged thanks to this NFT revolution. Exhibition activity has also revolutionized, and many interesting solutions have appeared. It's a very good sample of virtual gallery. It's a virtual gallery, NFT. Some small space is created. It's a Spanish gallery. Yes, it's a Spanish gallery that you can see on this slide, made by a Brazilian artist. Regarding the storage of digital works, has been always the most serious one. All digital artists face this problem in their work life, and not more than one time. I have experience of losing original, crash of computer systems, so it's a problem with software, of course, compatibility of formats and so on. So we have to keep our and store our works everywhere we can. So on disks of all formats, floppy, flash cards, and the archives may be huge, and very often we need to decide where to spend our time on to, to bring to order our old archives, to sort our works or create new works, so it requires a lot of time really to work with those archives. It's a huge problem. The storage of these works is a huge problem. And storage on the blockchain, it's our dream. And there is no, I don't understand this terminology when people say that something is stored on the blockchain. It's impossible to keep and store your works on the blockchain. Normally, we keep those on cloud servers, Amazon or some other organizations, and control of those accesses to those works is kept on the blockchain. So we need to understand it. Maybe I make a mistake, but this is how I see it, and this is how I understand it. In the Ethereum, as for the Ethereum storage, our works in the Ethereum, so any moving, any travel of works requires big money. So we have to pay to Ethereum, and we can get bankrupt if we pay for each step. Actually, yesterday, one of the speakers said, if a piece of art costs $300 and they had to pay the charge $10,000 to the Ethereum, of course, it's not worth it. And sometimes blockchain is cheaper and safer, but not everybody can afford it. Maybe in the meta-earth, they can serve this, in the metaverse, they can solve this problem, and maybe it may create more chaos. We will see. 10 years ago, blockchain seemed to me seemed as a source of money making, but now it's a kind of a great energy resource compatible to energy plans of many countries. So we are speaking about simple users and big states, big businesses. So it's a question of, so I hope this question will be solved on a higher level shortly, because we can see the reduction and creation of big challenges on the one hand, and on the other hand, some official cryptocurrencies appeared, crypto dollars, crypto rubles, and there are a lot of questions to the vulnerability of blockchains. Since the moment blockchain appeared, the system blockchain appeared, it's constantly under attack, and those attacks are endless. And if we touch this aspect of transactions, it's out of the scope of our interest, but the storage and access to the information, this is what we are interested in. That is why we consider the aspects of storage of our works of art, and it's very important not to lose neither works nor certificates. So the question where to keep, so cold wallets. I have had 5 cold wallets. I lost all of them. I mean, I kept the wallets, but I lost all the passwords. I was lucky that I kept the works on my computer, an old school system. Yeah, so I stored and I kept my works, not thanks to wallets, but I have those treasures and cool bits. I can give it to you because I don't use them. So they appear very, very fast. And of course, we forget the passwords. Maybe there are other solutions to this problem. And I can just say that it's good to keep the works at home and distantly send some certificates. Maybe it may be a good option. I hope that technologies will offer us better solutions shortly. This is it. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much for very, very, human being experience, I would say, not robotic experience. So you actually, to compare with other speakers who presented interests of big businesses and organizations, your presentation, your speech was from another side, from a side of a digital artist. We don't have any questions in our chat right now,
Но,
but
скажем так, контент, который
the content that is created by a digital artist and is stored somewhere, nobody knows where, as we could see, and that may be tokenized and may be
помимо токенов,
stored, and which are the other ways to realize these works together with tokenization. So, of course, we are going to have digital copies of our artworks in our museum. How is it possible to systemize for state storage of a museum? Based on what? You're going to give it to us on a flashcard? Yes. We will take those digital facilities, and after 5 years, we will not be able to use them. So what should we do to keep it on the constant basis? We need to bring everything to some standards or standard formats. Actually, no, there is no solution to this. And so as for the digital art, if we speak about laser shows, audio, light shows, it's also digital art. 3D sculpture, it's also digital art. If we speak about all these aspects of digital art, each of them has its own format. In some forms of digital art, there is a physical realization in a physical form. So you receive an original as a result of it work, and some digital works can be seen only on the monitor, on the screen, and only in a digital format. It depends. And depending on it, you need to receive the original. So some special registration forms need to be developed what museum should receive. But the museum should receive the first original copies. This is how I see it. And the artist shouldn't have a copy. Yeah, so the original must belong to the museum. And we also had this experience 15 years ago. Digital products were given from VHS. Now we don't know how to change because this VHS cassettes don't exist anymore. And we don't know what to do with this digital format. But you still keep this VHS, yeah, or in Russian it's called VHS, yeah. It's okay with VHS, but you need to make a copy, and making this copy, you receive an opportunity and possibility to work with this digital work on a different format, to see it in a different format. Yeah, and in this case, we break some regulations. Yes, we do. So this is the problem. But actually, it's not only in Russia. This problem occurs across the globe, and museums come to the point that over 25 years, a lot of digital artists have appeared. And this digital art is 25 or 30 years old. There are many artists like that. And now what we can see is that they are not many in number, but too many in number, you see. So it's very easy to create those digital works of art and to earn money in this digital art market. Opened opportunities for each person who became an artist. However, only 10% may be real artists among those digital artists. And NFT artists are not worse than other artists. Yeah, it's good that they have been doing these artworks over the year. Yes, they have 1 year experience. Yeah, it's very complex question. So, but out our practical experience, an artist has all rights to declaration of all his or her works. So they have all rights for their art pieces, and then the organization must work with these rights. So the artist borrows his digital art from open sources, or even from, or maybe changes it a little bit. Yeah, it borrows, and he declares that he would do this, and we keep it, we store it. So do we have to go to the court and have a law case with these artists regarding these rights? And why do you need this? You know, the artist can do whatever he wants to do, but the copyright, author's rights lie in the legal field. We have the law, and we have it written in the legal rights law. So you don't have to change, you don't have rights to change something in the artwork. So, or there are some laws that allow to bring 6 changes, and after 6 changes, if there are more than 6 changes, it's another piece of, it's a new piece of work, you know. If you don't change or just change the work, you stole it. So there are some points after that or beyond which you create a new piece of work when you modify the old piece, and there are some points that allow the court to consider that you didn't do anything wrong, you just borrowed this piece of work, but it's beyond a museum question. So actually, I'm happy that I listened to your presentation and found some answers. And we are moving to another speaker regarding NFT and blockchain. This life experience is actually very, very useful for us. And we are inviting Alexei Кочетков.
Infrastructure of the art world of the future, marketplaces, and NFTs galleries inside them. Alexei, can you hear me?
Наверное, нам надо... Вы Алексей, да? Мы вас уже ждем.
Alexei, we've been waiting for you.
Добрый день.
Good day, everyone.
Да, всем привет, добрый день.
Good day, everyone.
Моя тема сегодня про
So my topic is
галереи.
dedicated to NFTs and galleries,
Как может выглядеть инфраструктура
and how the infrastructure of the art world of the future may look like, and what's the role of galleries and museums and curators
в мире NFT.
in the NFT world.
Я начну с интро.
So I will start with intro.
Меня зовут Алексей Кочетков.
My name is Alexei Kochetkov. Here you can see my Telegram, Instagram accounts. You can find me.
Начинал на самом деле свой путь
I started my way with creative. I had a creative agency. Then I launched my first generative music platform startup called Mulebird. So musicians could upload their musics and samples, and then AI generated various music objects that could be used for various purposes. That was one of the options to resolve copyright issues. 2 years ago, I programmed one of the first centralized application that was a blockchain Bible, one of the first steps. We tokenized all the history of crypts, starting with the first idea and back to presentation of the Bible in the temple in San Francisco. That you can see it on the picture. It used to be a Catholic temple, and now it is a place for startups. This is where we presented our Bible. So it was one of the first centralized apps, and it was just the very beginning of this direction. This year, we also made another NFT case. It was pretty successful. We sold the most expensive painting, was a physical painting. Unfortunately, we can't play video here, but just imagine that all the painting is moving, and we made it in collaboration with St. Petersburg artists, and we sold it for 6.6 million rubles. I believe it is one of the largest sales of physical NFT tokens in history. This year, we also made the first curated public NFT exhibition in Russia. It was peculiar because we not only collected some random artists, we had it curated. It lasted for 31 days. It was Collab Artmon. Artmon is an event in which all trends were synchronized to show the art of a single artist. It lasted for 31 days, more than 50 artists in total from various countries. Art Gelman was selecting them. We only managed the whole process, and Art Gelman was just approving or disapproving artists. He also brought some of his well-known artists. So that was just several exhibitions within one big exhibition, because a new artist was exhibited every single day. We also provided static screens, and the screens could show pictures of artists. So here you can see the list of artists who took part in the exhibition. Those are public artists and also new. We have Nastya Ivleva, we had some participants from Pussy Riot, and so those people were not presenting only art, but also various kinds of collaboration, various kind of movie blogs, and so on and so forth. So this is how it looked, very beautiful frames. So now, getting back to the preamble, I don't want to give you some difficult numbers, just will show you some of them that best describe the market as of today, because it's incredibly upheated. In 2020, the total number of transactions in NFT was $338 million. At the same time, the total number of transactions, collectibles transactions volume in 2020 was $370 billion. So that's actually 1,000 times more the difference between the NFT market and the collectibles market. So as Deloitte said, it is the agency said, it says that there is an art market. Its capitalization is $1.7 trillion. At that, the total volume of transactions through Ethereum is $6.2 trillion. So the total market, physical market through Ethereum came like 4 times more than in real life. So that includes also collectors, private collections, and all this passed through script, and it was 4 times more than real market. Many people said that the sales volume dropped, but in the third quarter of this year, the amount of transactions in NFT was $10.7 billion. So if compared to the second quarter, it grew up by 700%. So as for the main part, here you can see roles, current NFT roles. What are the roles in NFT art, and what are the elements within the infrastructure. So on the one hand, you have artists. So there are the artists or owners of objects of art. Also, you have collectors, and you have platforms and auctions as intermediaries between them. And these platforms and auctions constitute the one essence, because sometimes they sell objects of art as individual objects, and they also arrange auctions. So here's the distribution of roles within the fine art markets. So you can see the source. These are artists. There is also supply, who are galleries, museums, who show these pictures and art objects, because of course museums don't earn money on that. Also biennales, online galleries, and there are also intermediaries who generate money, like auctions, art fairs, or art markets, also curators, online platforms, or online marketplaces. Also, you have the support, or the so-called enablers, which is legal support, inventory, evaluation, databases for artists, and so on and so forth. And the last but not least important is the demand, like collectors, investors, and art funds who support art. On this slide, you see what is present in NFT. It is painted in red, and white points are not involved in NFT market. So what are the cases on NFT market? And the galleries are involved, in traditional art also involved. Warhol sold for $5.6 million. And Hermitage raised $440,000, and that's pretty much everything. That's all we have in terms of gallery market today in NFT market. And the question is, why don't we have galleries there? I will try to give my answer. I'm not sure that this will be an objective answer. But first of all, it is lack of knowledge or lack of understanding. I think we all know that. Number two is lack of legal base or legal tools to legalize these arts, because artists are afraid to give their arts, because there is no legal base for that to protect them. And third is lack of belief, that is often transforms into the lost opportunities, into the so-called FOMO, because you're afraid to lose an opportunity, to fail, and that's what stops many companies from going into NFT market. And number four is absence of infrastructure. Platforms don't provide an opportunity to locate museums, galleries, and curators. And of course, to my opinion, the major reason is money, because we don't know how to distribute money among them. So I will try to define this problem in one sentence, which is there is no solution for galleries, curators, and art institutions to distribute funds throughout the supply market. I just made this problem broken into two tiers of problems. First of all, there are no roles of curators, promoters, galleries on available marketplaces. And the second problem is that custom smart contract development, for example, so that Hermitage could issue this smart contract. So this is risky. It costs money, and this also bears huge risks in terms of money withdrawal. So professionals should be involved who are dealing with smart contracts on a daily basis and know how to do that. So the solution would be a startup that I became an advisor to which, and it tries to solve this problem. So the solution would be a platform that helps galleries sell fine art throughout NFTs. Okay, that's the solution. So the startup that I advise is Pustota. Here you can see their website. You can go there and check it out, and I will give you a more detailed description of the startup. So the product is not a marketplace, but it is also a blockchain-powered platform that helps galleries, curators, and art dealers to create their own NFT marketplaces. And it is all done within a smart contract that provides for distribution of royalties or profits based on conditions that would be interesting to a specific gallery or a curator. So the platform provides for very flexible distribution of money between all participants of the process. So there are three major factors that are pillars to the platform. First of all, the platform is multi-role platform. You can develop your own roles within it. There are just galleries and referrals, which are roles for people who provide information or provide equipment or place for an exhibition, or curators as well. There's also an opportunity to create custom percentage revenue share, and the best share and the best idea is white labeling on the platform, so you can develop your own marketplace with a logo and design, and this will only look as your own platform based as your own marketplace based on our platform. And here's the Unwelt gallery. It is now being organized in Shanghai in China, and there are many screens there, and there is an auction being on right now with several artists who are presented on those screens and selling their art. So the gallery used our platform to develop their page and sell their and provide their exhibition. So here is what you see or on our competitors, and also lack of something. So what I divided is that our competitors what don't have and what do we have. For example, they don't have multi-role, they don't have custom revenue share, they don't have curator options. So, for example, curator cannot come to our competitors and develop his or her own marketplace. They don't have referral programs, so you cannot bring your own audience to them to show your art on some big screen in the city, and you cannot have an opportunity to earn money through royalties rather than through direct sales. And they also don't have an opportunity to arrange offline exhibitions with a QR code with all information within it. So here's the stripe that you see on the screen. It provides the 100% revenue, which is distributed when someone buys an art. For example, a 10% goes to a platform. It is a platform fee. The rest is divided into three parts that goes to referral, like curators, galleries, or fairs. So the venue that provided the place for exhibition. Then there's a gallery. So this is the institution that holds rights to an object. This could be exhibitions, metaverses, or public screens, business developers, art dealers. So this could be just people who develop a group of objects and also negotiated some custom conditions with curators. And the third part is artists or artwork owners. So the first part is fixed, it's 10% fee, and the rest may be changed within the smart contract developed within our platform. And if someone knows the gallery, or maybe some visitors or viewers who know the gallery want to work with us, they have 3 steps to start. First of all, they can call us, negotiate terms and conditions, or they can address through website. We will arrange an agreement, a classical legal agreement, B2B agreement. So we are located and based in the Netherlands, so this will be European legislation. After we signed the contract, we arranged the marketplace setup with our branding, with our designs, and all the setups, and then you just upload works. It's pretty simple. So that's pretty much everything I wanted to tell you. My name is Alexey Kochetkov. Alex Mumbert is my Instagram and Telegram, and Alex Pusata.io is also my email.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much.
Вы сняли сразу там 100 вопросов из наших зрителей, которые мечтают попасть прям сразу в эпицентр.
And you also took off some questions from our viewers who wanted to become part of the industry. I believe I can call this an industry, even though it is related to art, it's still an industry. And of course, the terms that you use and arrangements with the audience and the public that you apply, let's call it an industry, and let's call what you provide a guide to a newbie in the sphere, in the industry. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I hope that you will see clients and partners, and we will also gain our experience from this cooperation. And it's also very good that we have some different reactions to digital terms and conditions just at the time of work. So the next speaker would be Misha Most, who is a designer, graffiti artist, and also digital artist, who will talk about the transition from physical to digital within NFT. Misha, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Good day. Can you hear me well? Yes, I can hear you. As for a designer, I don't know where you got this information. I'm just an artist, I'm no designer. I'm terribly sorry for that. But I believe this is not such a terrible mistake, I hope. Of course, I'm not offended, but that's a bit different profession. I will talk about designers a bit today, but I'm not involved in designing myself. I don't know if it is to the good or bad, but I think it's something different. So I should start probably. I will just start with what I had in the very beginning. Why am I involved in NFT creations? So I started as a street artist. It was more than 20 years ago. It was just before I became an artist. I was just painting some graffiti, and I didn't think about any art or projects. So I would just share my screen to show you some websites and arts that I have with me. Please tell me if you see my screen. Yes, we can see your screen now. Okay, I will just show you these pictures so that you could know what I'm doing. So I studied with classical graffiti, and it looked like this way on trains and walls. Then I got involved into street art. The difference with the street art is that apart from letters, it contains some message. and works are dedicated to something. They tell some story, unlike the traditional graffiti that only contain the name of an artist or some letters that you could see. And here you can see the big difference between the street art and just usual graffiti. After that, in 2005 or 6, I started to be involved in traditional art, and in Moscow we have a specific location where we could develop the arts in studios. So those were not exterior but interior installations and arts. I started doing some works and with different approaches. My works were dedicated to problems of the future, like environmental issues, or also location within social themes, and so on and so forth. So the topic of future and technology was most interesting to me, and works that I've been doing since 2010, they've all been dedicated to the way how we see the future today, how we used to see it like 40 or 50 days ago, how people 50 years ago saw the world of today, how we change the rhythm of life, how we change the way we behave today, the way we change our tomorrow. And of course, through this, I had some surrealistic images. You can see them here. And of course, these images became into some abstract composition. Of course, I don't have a specific plot behind them, as in some classic fine arts. But to me, these are like specific images that contain some visual effect, probably some visualization of the future, or my vision of the future. I had different projects. This is one of them, one of the largest projects that I had, 10,000 square meters. It is the fine arts in the world. We had different installations. So this is just in short. I will give you a more detailed description of why this story with technology got me interested and involved so much. Because if you're involved in street graffiti, you're mostly involved with this technological stuff. And if you take a big wall, you need a lot of techniques. You need lots of blueprints through Photoshop, like I did with the mural, for example. Here, the digital work was very enormous. And then we just projected it onto the building. So when you do this on such a scale, you need to work with techniques a lot. And of course, it is not only happening in arts, but it happens everywhere. The electronics and digits are becoming part of our life. But I believe that fine arts and arts in general are just the last standing of the free spirit of a person, of a human kind, in which robots will never be able to do anything, and in which robots will never be able to intercept. Even though they already did intercept into it, I still try to show that we can still recreate or rethink or develop or optimize our spirit in real life with the help of technologies. So we should not see a person as the last standing of a creative thought. We need to combine our thought with the abilities of techniques. And of course, you can not use the balloons just with your arms. You need techniques. So this is one of the largest projects that we created. We created a drone with engineers. The collaboration with engineers was the key point in this, because when we worked with programmers and engineers, we actually developed the understanding or a vision of a collective approach. Of course, the creative part was that you had an idea, which we implemented not only on a canvas, but through a scientific discovery or a device. So the thought was actually similar. We realized that we had several approaches to implement our thoughts. And of course, we didn't know in the very beginning what we will have in the end. And it was technically difficult device. We had a drone that could paint based on my drawings, and of course it was technically difficult device. And even despite it was technical, there was still a lot dedicated to art. It was still mostly art than technology. And those who not only create art directly, but involve themselves into collaboration with the designers, with VRs, with programming, with some software. So collaboration with those who have never been involved in arts. So this kind of collaboration brings great experience, after which I realized that after NFT appeared, I believe it was in March or February, so I realized that it would be okay if I collaborate with digital artists. I will also show you some NFTs. It is one of the works that I developed with Alex Gorin. He's a designer and artist, and he also represents the Clan Association. So they deal with modeling, they develop designs and model designs. So he's just an example of how two artists, me and Alex. So Alex is professional in 3D development. I also started dealing with 3D, but when I got involved into contemporary art, I actually ceased dealing with 3D. I just came to Photoshop, and that was more than enough for me. So me and Alex also talked about other projects, and when we met, he told me that he wanted to develop some 3D models of some of my works, and I agreed. And in result, we came up to some works that we thought we could make in a 3D format, make them interesting in a 3D format. And then we presented these objects as NFTs on some foundation marketplaces. We also had some collective projects on Writable. And of course, we developed the first well-thought and well-developed project with Alex. It was for the first time. So you can see here some parts of mine, some styles applied by Alex. It resembles plastics. So we defined the plot and techniques together with Alex. And then he applied his professional vision to combine this all into one object. And that's what we have. And here's another work. All these works were developed in Photoshop first. So I work mostly in real world, of course, but when I do some murals or tales or something like that, first of all, I develop my works in Photoshop. On Photoshop, I do the blueprints, and then I transform them into real life. But in this case, the work remained in digital, but it was transformed from 2D to 3D. And as you can see, the quality is very high. You can see how these works can be presented in 3D. So these works were developed under the project on Binance. You probably heard it. You probably heard about this project. They launched a different project on their marketplace, and the Chinese headquarters selected 100 artists, and I was the one of artists who presented Russia, and my task was to provide 10 works. Alex Gorin was also one of my collaborators. It was very interesting for me, apart from blockchain and cryptocurrency and financial part. It was very important and interesting for me to create the work that would present some sort of an experiment in art. And of course, I can see these works being on exhibitions. For example, here are some other examples. Now, this is one of the works that I developed myself. Of course, a 3D designer helped me, but the idea was completely mine. Actually, it was not a collaboration. It was developed by myself. I believe you don't hear the sound, right? No, we don't hear the sound. I will just give you some sort of an instruction, a manual. You can come to Binance. Probably most of you already use this platform. And when you make a search on a marketplace, when you search through the marketplace, you will be able to see my profile. And here are the works. You can see a lot of them. And also you can see the works that have already been bought and then resold. I will also just show you how the marketplace looks like. So this work was like an addition. It's another approach to NFT presentation. So this might be an individual work, this might be an addition. And there are 11 of such works out of 20, and the cost is 1 BNB. I'm not sure how much is that in Ethereum or dollars. Of course, the exchange rate changes, but that's not what we are talking about now. So you can see the general picture. I think you're seeing some freezes on picture. Can you hear the sound? No, we can hear only you. Because the sound is in my earring. So welcome to the platform. Welcome to my channel to see my work. Could you please tell me how much time do I have left? Unfortunately, we are pressed in time. You have 7 minutes left. Okay. For example, of course, unfortunately, you cannot hear the sound. This work was developed with Nikita Yelizarev. He's also a 3D artist. You can find his work on Instagram and on other platforms that present NFTs. He's also a designer and 3D artist who develops NFTs. So we've been developing the idea of an Android in some future, like to 2300 year on a station on Mars and studies the previous civilizations. And he becomes crazy because he learned that there were some living creatures that looked like him, but they had some organs inside and an anatomy. So they were living creatures, and that drove him crazy. After that, he started wandering along the ship and thinking about the living and flora and fauna, not only digital and technical, but also the living creatures. So this is also one of the work that is presented on Foundation Marketplace. This work was developed with Artyom Tkachев, who's also a 3D artist. He creates a digital NFT work. Again, this includes sound, but I'm afraid you cannot hear.
Все. Я надеюсь, там, если кому-то интересно, вы записываете.
If you're interested, please, you can write names of artists. You can also write down my Instagram, and you will be able to watch these arts there. This work is about Arctics. I had the work developed in the Yuzhno Sakhalinsk in Morale, and that's what we produced on an ice cube in an ocean. So that's about the future in the past. So that's the phrase from the science fiction of the 20th century that says that Homo sapiens is not perfect. They only can share the riches of an ocean. So that means that the science is going deeper into our life. And of course, we don't let it clone ourselves. We don't let it grow organs for us, but probably this ethics will be taken to the background, and we will be developing, and we will be staying in space for some time, and we will develop a new type of person like Homo aquaticus who will be living underwater. So this is a video for 13 seconds, and it was presented on one of the marketplaces. I believe it is also presented on Binance and on some other marketplaces.
Здесь работа с художником Ревы, это Антон Кошта.
This one we made with the artist Anton Kosta, aka Reva. He also plays with the physical world because he does photographs, scans, he uses paint, then digitalizes it, scans it, then adds some
реального и диджитала. Мы с ним совместно делали вот работу, в которой
So actually he develops the art that shows my vision and his vision. So Anton Kosta with me. I think I should finalize now, just to sum up what I already told you. I believe the most important was that new direction in digital art, which is NFT tokens.
Я, в принципе, хотел там...
Cool that if you want to make a digital 3D works, you have marketplaces, you have places where you can present your work, and you have an opportunity to do something, and that will be presented in some marketplace, and you can sell it there.
Поэтому мне как художнику было это интересно.
That's why for me it was very interesting, because I
что-то новое там 25 лет назад.
Some 25 years ago, and I think NFTs today, if we make it a parallel between them, NFT also has a huge potential as graffitis used to have 25 years ago, and I believe NFTs will take their place with the art. Thank you very much. And I have a question to you.
Земными пространствами. Ну, то есть музеи, стационарные галереи, вот там, ну, не знаю.
Да, ну...
Of course. Despite having works presented in Moscow museums, I also presented in some exhibitions. Of course, I don't have personal museum exhibitions, but in Hermitage, I had a drone that showed my exhibition dedicated to development of fine arts.
Да.
I did it in some couple of years ago. Could you please tell us about
есть
conditions for exhibitions? You mean digital work exhibitions?
традиционно сейчас вам ответил.
Well, actually, my previous answer was about traditional art. As for digital work, I had several projects for the past month. Those were fairs and festivals in Kazan. I just saw that some of my works were included in exhibitions, also in St. Petersburg. But as for museum exhibitions, I can't recall anything except for Hermitage alone Russian. So I don't think that my works are presented in any other museum except for Hermitage. If we're talking about Moscow, I have screens where I'm presented, and as our children are growing up with screens in their hands, I believe that in some years the art will not be 100% digital, but maybe 20% of a museum work will be presented on screens. Of course, some real works, some physical works will be presented as well, but for now, installations or digital installations, digital art, it takes only a small fraction of all paintings presented today. But I think in the future, their share will increase and it will become a new normal. Okay, one lyrical question to you. Have you watched the Solaris by Tarkovsky? And you probably remember that on the Galactic Station they have the Rublev painting. So what will you take with you to such station if we were to go there? I believe I'd paint the station from outside. This would be something that I would take with me. So I would just make this whole station as a work of art myself. I think it would be cool if you're looking at the illuminator and then you see some sculpture going around it. One of the works that I just showed you, it was dedicated to Mars with the banner, with a digital banner with an advertisement of Earth, what you can see on Earth. For example, you can see some waterfalls, some Earth. You don't have this on Mars, so please come to Earth and you will see it there. So that was like an advertisement of Earth, right? Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much that you told us where we can find you and what we can see.
And we invite to speak Gleb Kosterev, Regional Director of Binance in Eastern Europe, and he will tell us about the experience with Hermitage, and the representative of Hermitage will speak a little bit later. So please be careful and listen carefully. Finally, we are going to check the experience of our colleagues in classical art. Mr. Koster, can you hear me? Yes, and we can hear you well. Thank you. Just a moment. I will share my screen. I would like to start my presentation with a brief overview of what we were doing with the State Hermitage Museum and what was the drop and what were the results of it and its specificity. And if we speak generally, so Binance started its marketplace not that long ago, this summer, and of course for us it was being a big market in the world. So it was a priority for us to work with recognized brands, namely Hermitage, and we were happy to use this opportunity to actively work with the Hermitage in terms of NFT questions. And we do understand that museum agencies are very often conservative, and we were pleased to know that Hermitage was proactive in this direction and got interested in making a step forward towards new technologies and towards NFTs. The drop with State Hermitage Museum was took place from the end of August till the beginning of September. Auction started on the 31st of August and finished on the 7th of September. The drop called Your Token is stored in Hermitage. The idea was like that. Hermitage selected 5 paintings from its gallery, digitalized them. The director of Hermitage signed those images and they were bidded. So it was called Your Token is stored in Hermitage because the token was issued in 2 copies. One token is kept in Hermitage and the other one was available to buy, and it's kept. So the collectioners who bought it, now they keep it. If you speak about some concrete paintings that were digitalized and bidded, Kandinsky, Giorgione, then the Madonna and Child, then Claude Monet, and Van Gogh. Of course, the most expensive, the total revenue worth $450,000 in NFTs, and the most expensive painting was the Madonna and Child, Madonna Lita. It was sold for $150,000 in USD, BUSD. It's a stable coin that equals $1, 1-to-1. It's interesting that the Hermitage allowed the owners of NFTs to show these paintings in any purposes, commercial or non-commercial, because if you take NFT market experience, of course, not so many cases when commercial rights are given to use NFTs. When you acquire NFTs, it means that you acquire a copy. And in this case, it's a very, very thoughtful decision, managerial decision from the Hermitage side to allow to use these NFTs data in commercial purposes. And here it's also a big value of this collection together with this first experience of first collection of NFT by Hermitage. We had a lot of questions how we evaluate that sales were almost $500,000. Is it good money or negative trend? So actually there is no one answer to this question, because it was the first experience, it was the first step made by the Hermitage Museum, and it was positive, and it was covered in mass media, and we can see that it caused a great demand, and the bids, as it always happens in the last hours of auction, increased. Many people took part in the auction, and we believe that everything was good and it was a successful case. And if we speak generally about the experience of the Hermitage Museum and what should we consider as a museum, so we should understand that the legal status of NFT is very blurry. Formally, legally, in Russia, NFT may be linked to digital rights, but it's still not clear for the industry, not completely clear for the industry. And as a recommendation, I can say that some museums who want to work with NFT, produce NFT, they should be very serious in terms of the legal coverage of this question, legal approach, because it's very important and crucial here, so they couldn't have any issues regarding the museum organizations further, because generally cryptocurrencies and NFTs are allowed in our country, but at the same time, we still have many open questions regarding the details of utilizing them regarding sales and legal issues and moments. Again, if you speak about how museums may use and utilize NFTs. So as I see, there are different concepts that can be used. You can, again, use the Hermitage Museum experience, use real paintings, add elements, and sell them with giving some rights, for example. You can try, for example, some new trends that are used actively in art media, in NFT collaborations. Many digital artists collaborate with people who are already recognized and who are trusted in this environment, in art environment. So I can see that we have freedom here, so we are not limited, and I believe that more and more exhibitions in museums will appear where modern NFTs will be presented, because we mustn't ignore this trend. So it's an inevitable trend and we can't ignore it. It's impossible. We need to support it. And maybe you have questions that I can answer. Maybe you have some specific questions. Actually, what you mentioned in the very beginning is that that there were two tokens. Is it a norm or is just the first experience in it? As a rule, when something is issued in NFT world, there are two approaches. You can issue one unique token, and you can issue a token in 10 copies, for example. In this case, when we issued two tokens, but it was a case of this particular project, because the token that is sold on the market and that users may buy, is unique, and only one token is on the market. And as for the Hermitage case, it's just a specific of this collection, and the case that was called "Your token is kept in Hermitage." So the idea of this project. There are approaches when, for example, 10 copies are issued and only those copies may be acquired, and this experience, so it works on the market, and many representatives of arts environment, they release their copies. And so here there are many options, and so everything depends on a particular concrete case and approach. Thank you. And I would like to ask you to change the format of our work, because I would like to invite the representative of the Hermitage Museum to our conversation. And please, could you please stay online? Maybe during the conversation, some cross questions may occur, or because you also took part in this project. So, and I invite Marina Tsiguleva. She's the head of the legal department. It's the wrong name, sorry, yes, of the service, not department of the service, of the State Hermitage Museum. Gleb, hello. I would like to answer the question of the organizers regarding why two tokens. Indeed, so I will start with this question and I will continue. Indeed, the token that is stored in the Hermitage Museum, the tokens that were sold, those are two different tokens, because that was the idea, the concept of that project. We created 10 arts, 10 tokens, and each painting was performed into. So it was tokenized 2 times, but at the same time, those tokens are different with different characteristics and features. And Mikhail Borisovich, when his signature, put his signature on those tokens, and he put a different time, hour, minute, and second. So the tokens that is stored in Hermitage differs from the tokens that was sold on the auction. So they are different in terms of time of the signature put by the director of the Hermitage Museum. So this signature made uniqueness to this NFT token. Actually, it correlates with the idea of NFT. So just to answer your question regarding these tokens, and I would like to tell you how this project was born and what we did to, and before we started to move in this direction. So actually the project was born from the discussion, out of the discussion on our legal forum during the round table where Gleb Kosterev was present, me, and Yuri Lyubimov. He was a deputy of a minister in the Russian Federation. And when we started to speak about NFTs, and it was actually absurd idea back then. But so we decided to develop a legal scheme. It was a legal experiment, and it was decorated by the works. And it was, you know, we added just the works from the Hermitage collection. And to understand, so before we understood who will need it, who would need it, because it's a commercial story. Whatever we say about NFTs, it's a commercial story. And first of all, we started to analyze who would need it. And the first analysis that occurred, so it was a collection value, as people used to collect, you know, postcards, postmarks and badges, and the less number of these items in a tirage, and the less items there are on the market, and we decided to follow this way. We started the collection of NFT tokens, and it wasn't necessary for these tokens to be from the Hermitage. They may be from the Tretyakov Gallery or from the Russian Museum, from the Pushkin Museum. They may unite museums of Russia or foreign museums. So originally, when we started this concept, we decided to follow the model of collections. And so as for people who are collectors, they're interested in the tirage and where the works they don't have are stored. So that's why we decided to follow this model when one token is stored in the Heritage Museum and the other one is a collectible or becomes a collectible. As for artworks, we may have many arguments, but as for the intellectual rights legislation, F40 is a part of author's rights. So we think that first the author's right object appears in a form of high quality photography. Then this object of the author's rights was copied and analogy of these photos appeared. So then the director put his signature on it after, and he brought a new creative element, as we think, and then another object of author's right appeared. Then the director's author signature was on a high solution image, and then it was tokenized. The value of NFT is that you cannot copy them, and so we decided that other objects that I listed above would be destroyed. So we don't have any other author's objects than those who are stored on the blockchain in Binance and in crypto key that is NFT. And indeed, before the realization of this project, we decided that together with collectors, we have galleries. So this is what Gleb was saying. We put some commercial character to this project. We brought it to our public license agreement, taking into consideration that all rights for this digital art, all authors' rights, all property rights, and meta sales were for the Hermitage. And then those rights came to the buyer. And in this part of this author's right, it's a commercial right for digital exhibition of a digital art. And for us, where this idea came from, we talked to the gallerists and we did a tremendous work before we even started this project, before we started to develop legal schemes and approaches. We needed to understand if anybody needed it or not. And we talked to the gallerists, especially digital gallerists. We had a series of consultations and we found out that for the gallerists, it was very important when they acquire these arts to use it in commercial purposes. So it's only one commercial right that appeared, opportunity to use the digital copy of a token in a gallery, within an exhibition or as one object. So firstly, we defined in our heads, as Gleb has mentioned today, regarding the auction. So we identified our target audience, and then we tried to analyze how we can make it, taking into account the Russian legislation in this case. And it's not perfect in terms of NFT tokens. They are not digital rights, they are not digital assets, and they are not regulated now in our country, but still we have this terminology of digital token. And actually we don't use this term. And we decided to change it with another term, for another term, the result of intellectual activity. And so we did it as a token, and token was the tool to come to some results of intellectual work and bring it to the auction. And at the auction, we had 81,000 visitors from different accounts, not as so we defined the prices in the last 20 minutes, and our legal department was working distantly, and we checked how the prices in the last 20 minutes was changing, and each second minute I checked this prices and I could see how they changed. And this auction provoked great interest, not only in Russia and beyond Russia. 233 publications were published in the USA, and they didn't have direct access to this auction because it wasn't functioning direct. I don't know how they did it, how they got the access to our auction, but still 233 publications came from the United States. And the key questions that occurred to us before the auction, during the auction, after the auction, mostly those questions were aggressive, I would say, because how the state museum started to sell its art objects. No, we didn't sell. We didn't start to sell. We created our own artworks, and our director became the co-creator. So generally speaking, we sold the signature of Mikhail Borisovich, the director of the Hermitage Museum, and we sold this signature as a high-quality digital artwork, art copy. Those objects are not protected objects in terms of the author's rights, but they are protected in terms of the museum legislation framework. Museum legislation framework, it's not a separate field, but there are several laws within the culture of the Russian Federation legislation framework where museum has exclusive rights to reproduce all art objects that they own, and they can give those rights on the basis of an agreement, legal agreement. So this is what we use, this law we used. And then the next question, okay, so we tokenized it, and what's next? The Russian Federation is not, as I have already mentioned, a country that is very positive regarding token, blockchain, and cryptocurrencies, especially in the government agency. It's beyond understanding, and we couldn't act directly in this perspective, and that's why we developed a legal scheme. As I mentioned, it's a mixed contract with a different scheme. So we had an agent that within their legal rights, being a resident of the Russian Federation and entrepreneur, private entrepreneur who could work with federal government culture agency as the Hermitage Museum is. And at the same time, this person could work with Binance agency as a physical person who has a wallet on the market and is able to perform transactions. And Hermitage on the market was presented by an agent with some functions, particular functions. So yes, we sold it for BUSD, then it was converted into fiat currency, and then this fiat currency came to the account of a private entrepreneur, and then those money will come to our account tomorrow. So that's why I'm talking about it today so confidently. And of course, we had a lot of concerns. We all had all these concerns, including the agent, because it was new for everybody, and we had to understand, because we didn't know if we would sell it or not, and the amount of money exceeded what we expected, right? So because we have, foreign currency control and money control agencies, and this transaction of converting the money from cryptocurrency to fiat money, it was actually more complicated for us to compare with the auction itself and all these preparations before the auction. And I believe that we have managed. We didn't fail, and we have obtained a very good experience that we can share. And I wrote an article that was published in a legal journal in the Russian Federation, where we described the scheme that was used. It's not a secret, as I see it, just except some commercial moments that we don't have to share with anybody. And as for further NFT projects and NFT exhibition that was mentioned today, so NFT exhibition, indeed, as we were listening to the artist, we do understand that the price for the artworks that is tokenized is may be really big, and it may be tens of millions of dollars. And if we take this artwork for our exhibition, NFT exhibition, then we have the same issues if we take for our contemporary exhibition some objects, physical objects, where we speak about insurance, storage, transportation, and no difference. If the price of work here is $10 million, and it's on the platform, Snack platform, for example, and on the blockchain, you can find this information that this artist is Mr. Ivanov, and the cost of this work is like that. So what we have to do, we have to take it from the platform. If it's true NFT, we must register on the blockchain that it was transported, and to put it to the Hermitage, we have to put it into our wallet. And this is a place where risks occur. So recently we observed how Facebook and WhatsApp was down, and so of course we made a lot of jokes, but the situation is very hard to imagine when you have an art object that is worth 10 millions of dollars, and you press the button and everything disappeared. So it's a risk, it's a great risk, and nobody understands what to do in this case. And it's NFT exhibition that can be seen on the platforms, because the platforms would be as in old movies. Yeah, we mentioned Solaris today, and it was a movie where a painting from the Hermitage was stolen, and another painting was substituting it. So the same will happen with digital platforms, and there will be the sign that the painting is in the Hermitage Museum, and it's a kind of security of the procedure, because we are still concerned regarding the work of art, because when it returns back to the platform, again, everybody will understand that it's a true NFT, but we will have landing. Please come and see, come and check. Yeah, it should be great, really. I invite you to come and check. What we could see, Dmitry Ozerkov, the head of the contemporary art department, he is in charge of this exhibition with the basic platform, and within the days of the cultural forum, it will be held. And if we get back to the auction and its schemes, and the only possible for any budget agency or institution, this scheme is available in terms of this agent. And we do hope that our regulators and legislators would change the situation, and NFT tokens would be regulated in terms of digital assets, and will be written in the law, because NFT tokens are not means to pay. What can you do with those tokens? Standard Binance terms for the market, so you can buy, sell, and give. That's it. And we added the commercial component to show for money, to exhibit for money. I am ready to answer your questions. Your answer is so full, so clear and complete regarding our questions. So regarding what can be done, it can be destroyed. We can't. So I mean, within the legal field, with the material object, you can do this, but in the digital form, you can do it. Indeed, if an artwork is not registered in the state fund of the Russian Federation, and it was made as a technical task, and it may be written in any agreement, and this author may burn it on the Palace Square, and it will be a performance. But if we speak about a question regarding a museum, about storage in a museum in a digital form, in a way given to the museum, indeed, it's a question of the contract and agreement, and understanding that during the conclusion of the agreement, we don't know what technologies will come in future. And here, the lawyer, together with art experts and the author of the work, must sit together and understand what may happen to this artwork, and then agree with the artist's future steps, how to transfer from one digital carrier to another. And so maybe you need to write that if this digital facility as a cassette or whatever it is comes obsolete, is destroyed. So we can have so many options to consider and write in the agreement. And for a museum, it's very important to understand what will happen to their work of art at each point of time after it becomes to the after it comes to the museum, because in the Hermitage Museum, together with general fund, we have experimental funds where all artworks come whose destiny we can't understand. They are not related neither to digital work or not classical works, and so they are written through and they are made through biomaterials, and nobody knows how those biomaterials will behave in future. That's why it's an experimental fund. It's called experimental fund. So that is why we need to understand and write it in a contract, in an agreement, especially now when we don't understand what's going on with technologies. And one more question, together with the creation of tokens of your museum funds, a museum can store or buy or to do something else, maybe not buy, but to receive as a gift tokens of somebody else or some other museums or private collections, and to store. Are you ready to store this in terms of the legal framework? Legally, I can't answer this question. You see, my mom is a doctor. You know, and she says that your parents don't treat you. When a concrete task appears or occurs, you need to solve this concrete task immediately. And do you remember you asked about incorporation between a digital art and existing characters? Yeah, there is. So. And here so what I want to say, as an artist, if I include my work into, or when I include other pieces into my work, I should realize it. And if I didn't negotiate with the author whose artwork I include into my artwork, then I have risks, and museum should write those moments that all risks are, so that all risks belong to the author of their artwork, who should understand what pieces of other works of art he took, and if he negotiated it or not. And I can give you an example, not from the digital world, but offline art world, about Kandinsky. At the moment when his works were protected and secured, Hermitage made a museum, wanted to make a museum production. There was a scarf with the image that was presented at the auction, but the composition number 6 was very hard to recognize, and only true lovers of Kandinsky could recognize those that painting. So we made the print, so we sent the sample of this scarf, and they rejected. They didn't go into details. They just rejected to put this painting. And we know another case when we put a fragment of Tams and wanted to include it into the children educational program. So it was some kind of moving picture, and the foundation of Rematiers rejected because the author would be against Yeah, I don't know what Rematis thinks about it, but his foundation thinks like that he wouldn't like any of his artworks be fragmented. So the museum, when they receive the objects, should give the responsibility to those who gave these artworks to it. One more question. I wonder regarding this license agreement, and what is in the context of this agreement is an artwork, is an image with a signature, is it address of the smart contract, is it a program code? So the artwork is a digitalized, tokenized digital art with the signature of the director of Hermitage that has the date and time in 3 formats. This is the artwork that can be demonstrated in the digital form. Other works were destroyed that I listed today. Physically, they don't exist. It's like Morris that was burnt for $95,000. So, and according to the Russian legislation, it was given as a digital artwork, right? Because in the commerce field, it's very hard in terms of this copyright and author's right. So as I mentioned, we had an agent, we had a mixed agent agreement, and there was an element of author's order. We ordered it to the agent, so this agent would take a very high quality photo of this painting. Then he did it, and then when the signature at the first stage of this process was put, the signature of the director of Hermitage, the agent gave the Hermitage exclusive rights. At that moment, the Hermitage became the owner of exclusive rights. So nobody else was included into this process. No. Yes, we were asked this question. No, any algorithm of the blockchain took part in it. No. So each token had this video file that fixed how Mikhail Borisovich, the director of Hermitage, was sitting in the halls of the museum, was making this signature. He was saying that today is such a date, the time now is, for example, 2:25:13. So it had nothing to do with the realization on the blockchain. It was a physical act, yeah, that gave the uniqueness of these works. Yeah, and it's a smart solution. It's a smart solution that you implemented, and we will study it many times, I believe. And the question is, if you considered maybe primitive solutions as, for example, souvenirs as tokens. Yes, when the idea occurred, and we were in Skolkovo with Maria, and we were the participants of the round table, and we were talking to the representatives of free talk platforms, they said, not a problem. We can make 100 or 100,000 of tokens and sell it for 5 cents. And it wasn't interesting for us. Globally, it was interesting to us to realize this full scheme of what can be done. And Mikhail Borisovich said that we don't see any commercial interest in it, but we would like, but I'm not the director. I can't say it. Yeah, of course, for me, I had this commercial interest, and I wondered how much money we could raise from these sales. And so to understand that it would cause the commercial interest, if you set the price $5, it's not representative, and no, it's not understandable who will buy it for $5. Yeah, it's okay. I can see your point here. And so one more question to Gleb. Gleb, of course, if it's not a secret, maybe you have in your portfolio new partners in Russia or from Russia. If we speak about museums, so now we are negotiated with many museums, and as for the nearest perspectives, we shifted our focus towards sports teams, and not long ago we published cards on NFT of NHL, and now we are interested mostly in sport. As for the museums, we are negotiating pretty tightly. So maybe in future we will have new collaborations. So you have negotiations, and there is an interest from culture agencies. Yes, after the auction with Hermitage, yeah, we can see a huge interest from the museum agencies across the globe, and they got interested, and now they're thinking what projects can be implemented the same way. Similar way. I have to say that Hermitage was #1 in the world because those who sell B2C, we know one example of B2C. They originally found the buyer for this tokenized work as a company who had a patent for digitalization of artworks, and they made that token and sold it to a buyer. So it was a wife of a billionaire. She wanted to buy a present to her husband. So that token was released and sold to her, concretely to her, and half of the price went to the company who has a patent. And we had an absolutely different story. We had very, very sharp risks because it was a new experience for a museum agency. And now we are actively working on this token with the Russian platform Atomais that is done by Interos, and we can use tokens for fundraising there. When, for example, restoration of a painting is going on, a painting before and after, I can take fragments, yeah, and use these small pieces and sell these small fragments to people who want to contribute money to the restoration of this artwork. It's a very good way of fundraising, as I see it, and we can create preferences for people who give their money. So you come with your device, you have QR codes, and some notice appears that this person contributed money. Actually, NFT tokens may be used not as a souvenir token, souvenir product, but can be used as an instrument for fundraising, and it's very interesting. Marina, thank you very much for such interesting speech, but we have more questions. So, as for tokenization and fundraising and looking for their money for restoration, have you heard about Tretyakov Gallery experience that they announced in 2018, that based on the blockchain system, they built collecting money, my Tretyakov Gallery, it was called, when each visitor of the Tretyakov Gallery may contribute to pay starting from 100 rubles and choose, select an artwork. Yeah, I understand what you are talking about. We have such program, and it's in the club Friends of Hermitage when we collect money for restoration, but it's just money for restoration. But the Tretyakov Gallery announced it on the system of blockchain. But I recently had a conversation with the legal department of the Tretyakov Gallery, but we didn't discuss it. Maybe, why not? Yeah, we didn't discuss it actually, but in any case, all people who contribute, who donate money and to the museum, they sign an agreement. Yeah, it's a small blockchain, but in a physical form, yeah, and not that big in terms of the scale. And another question, please. I can't agree that museums, as you correctly say, experience this sharp risks. On the one hand, no financial risks, but on the other hand, you have other risks connected with, personal reputation. And I have to say that Mikhail Borisovich, indeed, you're absolutely right. So Mikhail Borisovich, it's not a good word. He covered us with his reputation, with his authority. Yeah, and as I said, we sold his signature. If I put my signature, I have doubts that Monet painting could cost $50,000. You see, this signature put extra value, and it's not our invention. Of course, it's a well-known instrument when a signature is put on so-called poster, for example, printed poster. When an artist puts his or her life signature on a poster, it gives more value to this artwork. And it's not only NFT. The first example was Salvador Dali. It's a famous story when he went, visited very expensive restaurants and with big bills, expensive bills, and he put his check and he put his signature on the checks. And of course, restaurators didn't cash those checks. Yeah, they said, thank you very much. And they had these checks with Salvador Dali signatures, and it brought more value to those checks for future. So it's not our invention in terms of signatures and their values. So what I'm saying is Hermitage, of course, can do it, but it's hard to imagine, for example, to use this experience in regional museums. It will be more complicated. Yeah, but regional museums can work on other tools and invent other tools, how to find these unique features. And we have this experience. Yeah, so you should think, you should develop. Of course, even we want to find other options, not to repeat our experience. Yeah. So, and just we were sitting with Ilya, and we were looking at the collection of the Russian Museum, how those works, how those collections of the Russian Museum may be on demand beyond Russia, for example, because of course, at this auction, we had, internationally recognized paintings out of our jurisdiction. Yeah, but we found what we could do in this situation, and I'm sure that the Russian Museum can do it as well. And so another question to both participants, to Binance as a marketplace. Do you see any opportunities for selling their art on the art market, NFT tokens connected with their authority rights? Not tokens as they are, but tokens with agreements for some rights for art objects or secondary art object connected with it. And the same question I would like to Marina Tsagureva. How do you see it from the legal framework of the Russian Federation, or it will be very, very thin border? So you mean the rights for a material object, right? So it's not about the museum, because everything that is stored in a museum doesn't belong to us. So the owner is the Russian Federation and the Minister of Culture, and all those material objects that are located in a museum on all levels, in own funds, permanent fund, contemporary or experiment fund. It's not our property. We can sell only what was created by us. So, and if it's a physical object, if Hermitage starts to create objects, so actually we have a lot of competitors. We have heard the stories today, people who create digital artworks, and they are digital artists, and they have more chances for their work to be sold actively than somebody in Hermitage would create something. You see, it's a big branch of industry, arts, digital artists who know what to do in this field, and their works have provenance. Yeah, we are not going to compete with them. And so as for the opportunities for sale in terms of the marketplaces connected with the physical objects, did you consider this variance? And do you see it possible? You see, we are technological platform that where tokens may be placed. As for the work with physical objects, it's a different story. Again, if an author wants to give some possibilities to the owner or holder of the token for the physical object, so you can write it in the conditions and terms and contact the owner and give him or her this physical object. But I'm not sure that we, the physical platform, can do something in this direction, because NFT is a technology, and I don't know if I answered your question or not. Okay, thank you. Yes, you did. And one more question. Cooperation with the world of blockchain, how is it performed in the Hermitage Museum? Do you have some department or agent? Yeah, only through agent agreements, because we can't perform as an institution. We can't join any blockchain. We are limited in legal rights. We can work only according to our charter and the goals that are written in the charter, for example, production of souvenir products, and we are limited by the Russian legislation framework that doesn't imply any crypto wallets and any other wallets for budget institutions and agencies. But here we are speaking not about the commercial side of the question. I'm speaking about the storage. Yes, everything that would be given to us, it will be given in the apparatus wallet. It's a kind of a key to the safe, for GLEB platform where everything is stored. And this is a technology. And we created a REIT, so this results of intellectual activity, and tokenized it. And in our ledger, we store the results of intellectual activity for the sum that was reasonable for us. It wasn't overestimated. It was a nominal price so that we put for this result of intellectual activity. So what kind of ledger are you talking about? We are speaking about accounting registration. We have non-material objects in the Hermitage Museum, and it was registered according to all the standards for material assets for any budget institution. Yeah, so we have federal standards, laws that are with the conjunction. Yeah, so, and as for the second tokens, kinds of tokens, those who were sold, they were not included as non-material. assets, but they were registered as a result of intellectual works because originally they were designed for sale. I think it's very important for work. And I actually sent this information to Maria with all these debits, credits, etc. So all these technical details. And in our museum, we also want to work with it. And in the second half of the day, I will speak about it. And I have another question to you. So in the beginning, you said that it was a legal experiment. And I know that you and your team took a very active part. You had the agent you mentioned, you had Gleb, you had a legal consultant. And I wonder, in this project, the technical or IT service of the museum, did it take part? No, it didn't. We decided not to make it complicated because the contracts with external story are less cost efficient in terms of the agreement. So with this technical task, you need to write this technical task. For this technical task, you need to find people, etc., and so on and so on. And indeed, it's a very, very complex procedure, and it's very hard to describe it. So it's not regulated by all these fine moments of labor law and civil law, etc. So we didn't want to do this, and we excluded this activity of our IT department, and it made our life easy. The great result for today is that we can discuss these questions openly, and a year ago it wouldn't be possible at all. And now we can share this experience with everybody, and here we can see how our views on different questions are changing. So to discuss whether NFT or similar formats will be integrated, yes, they will. If you want a piece, get prepared to war. There is a saying in Russia, right? But we need to know this. We need to be aware of this. Yeah, so it may be positive. It may have positive outcome. It may have negative outcome. Yeah, and tomorrow we can have a legal permission from our government to work with NFTs, but central bank can forbid NFT in the Russian Federation, as it was done in China, and the whole story is connected with cryptocurrency and blockchain. Now it's a financial crime and may be punished. But we decided that we did this drop. If everything goes smoothly, we will repeat it. If everything goes negatively, then we would be the only one who had this experience. Why not? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Marina. Thank you, Gleb, for your patience and so for sharing this experience, details, yeah, for revealing some secrets and your participation in this project. Thank you. And we will be happy to see you in different situations, maybe in a consultancy point of view. Thank you very much.
На сегодня мы, считаю, просто фантастически прекрасно закончили утреннюю сессию.
And today, I think our morning session has been great. Now we are going to have a break, and we would like to invite our audience to join us after the break because we left the Russian Museum moments for the second half of the day, and maybe you may leave your comments in the second half of our work. at 5 p.m. sharp. Thank you. 30 minutes.
Мы продолжим наше заседание конференции, посвященное
So we shall continue our conference dedicated to blockchain technologies, the art, play, and meanings. And I invite Alexei Bajelov, the founder of the platform and forum of a new fashion industry being open, to talk about why beauty will save the world in cyberspace. Alexei, good day. Can you hear us? Thank you very much for your invitation. I believe it is very important to arrange such a collaboration in a new and changing environment of modern art and new technologies. And blockchain is, of course, a new technology. We also have thematical developments that facilitate the creative potential and facilitate the force of ideas. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. Thank you for invitation. So the topic, the beauty will save the world. I believe you'll understand this. So why in this situation, why cyberspace? Why the beauty will save the world in cyberspace? So where did it come from? I will just tell you about it. So back in 19, we had the screen time on phone, and we had it due to the idea that most of the time, most of the working time, most of the activities are spent in cyberspace, around cyberspace, in also in augmented reality. We often make pictures, we tell the audience where we are, we copy our real world to augmented reality. So the humankind wants to copy this world. We need to constantly transform the physical world, the surroundings, into a digital world. We are always in an augmented reality. We are deeper and deeper going into this, and the venues in which communication is performed. For example, right now we are communicating in cyberspace, and each of us is located far away from each other, and cyberspace is something that unites us through information that is transformed with the speed of light. And it works on different laws. There are specific restrictions in physical world, and in information environment there are different restrictions. So in physical space we had conflicts related to territory. For example, some newspapers are issued on one territory, others on other territory. For example, when you are in St. Petersburg, you read newspapers from St. Petersburg, and when you're in Moscow, you read Moscow newspapers, and these local newspapers, they form the vision and mindset of local people. So with cyberspace, these conflicts, territorial conflicts between these differently located blocks have vanished, and these conflicts in the new environment, in the new space, they gained more problems. They gained more tempo. And of course, we have specific wars, we have specific information wars and conflicts between those who form this information space. But the most important thing is that we are located in an information field. So one person sends information to another person. And if we used to do this through centralized messages, so we had censors, we had publishers who issued newspapers, but today everything is decentralized. So we've lost this centralization pattern, and we are surrounded by a huge number of messages. As long as we are within these messages field, we need to understand that they function in a way in which messages should react. For example, as other philologists wrote, we have a language as a code, and we have actualization of this language through speech. And that means that when we are in a situation of overflowing information, we need to strive to get attention. We need to strive to use this language as a general code to actualize it in a specific manner and to cover as many people as possible. And of course, in this cyberspace, the story provided by Shklovsky, who said that art message is the contrification. So we are in the world of messages, and in order to gain someone's attention, we need to use this basic and general language that belongs to no one, that exists just as a code, and we need to make it modern. We need to actualize it so that every modern person could see it. So in today's world, everything that is copied, everything that is pictured, and we try to make beautiful pictures, and of course we try to convey the beauty, but this beauty is not something general. This beauty is something that breaks this automation, breaks this quantification. We need to show a new example. We need to surprise people, to excite people. For example, when you have a sculpture standing in front of the Gas-2 Museum in Moscow, of course, we need to understand whether it's good or bad. And more negative comments and feedback we have, the more attention it draws from the society. So the talent breaks automation. So why Mayakovsky wanted to throw Pushkin away from train? Because he knew him by heart, and as an artist, Mayakovsky wanted not to destroy Pushkin. He wanted to use him as a basis to go forward. So in a cyberspace which copies our surroundings, that translates our surroundings, we use this cyberspace to understand where we need to go. The cyberspace is 50 to 50 for us. So 50% is real world and 50% is cyber world. And the more time we spend in cyberspace, the more important it becomes to us as a mean to organize the society. And if we have creativeness and talent in this organization of the society, this is the point where the art, the fine art or applied arts, change its role. So we come to a world which Lev Manovich called the aesthetic reality. Lev Manovich, he is a tutor, and he works as a professor for various international universities. In his books, he mentioned that the world becomes more aesthetic. He spent lots of time in Korea, especially in 2020, and he showed me how modern Korean art looks like. And those Korean arts were more like the movie stages than cafes. They were used by people to come, to talk, to discuss. So the aesthetics of those installations was very high, and there were not so many tables for cafes. There were many empty places for people to talk, and they were originally designed from architectural point of view. There were a lot of violations of automation for the sake of art, and this function of violation of automation, also the generation of new truth, this is one function of art, and the other function is utopia. As Heidegger referenced to the Greek word for truth, he said that it is aletheia, which means uncover, absence of hidden. And when a person comes to a new world, this word has a new world transforming function. For example, we call something a mountain, we call something a cyberspace, this becomes a mountain and this becomes a cyberspace. And we call it NFT, and we encompass these new realities of a new space. So today we are in a new world before the Socrates, before the Plato and the Aristotle, who used to call the surrounding world by the world. And today we have a different world. We have some sort of a catastrophe of the ruined old world, and we haven't been able to orient ourselves within it. We have non-organic mind, which is going along with the total mind, with the usual mind. So in this way, the description, the information that brings the meaning of the new world, it has the new understanding of the world. And in this case, the art, as during Mayakovsky times, the art is not a mimesis of Aristotle or by Aristotle, as art is the place for free experiment. So the art starts to describe the reality, not to transform it, but to change it. Because when we say the mimesis, we need to understand that the world becomes more aesthetic, and the art just reflects this process. On the other hand, the world art becomes something different. It becomes the creator of this new reality. In this case, we need to go forward then as we talk. So we need to talk about ethics of reality. We have new systems of ethics. It's mostly political war. It's the war for the new world picture, and also description of new aesthetic principles, description of a new world in terms that we have a new artificial intelligence through the sort of algorithmization of the world. So if we think about it, we create a hybrid world with the artificial intelligence and augmented reality, and we have a traditional intelligence. But in this new world, it's an algocognitive system. It's as Moscow researchers implemented it. So this world is new, and we are in this world. We live in a world
Не слышу, да?
И слово... Так, что такое?
Немного зависли ненадолго. Если не трудно, повторить последнюю фразу или продолжайте.
Да, ну, собственно, я говорю о том, что...
Okay, I was saying that in terms of ethic reality, we are in the world in which the art is an ethic construction. So it is a way to create this new reality, the way to describe this new reality. On the other hand, before the Socrates, there was a contradiction between the truth and non-hiddenness, and the next civilization that changed the language to a more complicated and more difficult language. So the thinkers opposed the truth to false, to unreal false. And here's when NFT comes. So blockchain technology is a mathematical model that provides for protection from falsifications, from counterfeit. So how does it do it? It brings cyberspace closer to life because we give history of birth, we give a history of life to a specific object through NFT, because digital space allows to track every stage of lifespan of an object. That brings us protection from faults. And art. So why is it beautiful, and why beauty will save the world? What is beauty? How will it save the world? So this beauty in a new world in which we live, it is a fight for some new ideals, for transformation of the society. So what's the major challenge? It's the loss of biodiversity and cultural diversity. So the art which looks beautiful today, to me personally, maybe not for everyone, it's a socially active art that mm, overcomes capitalism with the stimulation of consumption into post-capitalism with thought through moderateness in physical world and unlimited development in the cyber world. So the focus on environmental issues and art as the as the alarm for changes, as something that changes the surroundings, because we need to protect environment, because we've made lots of harm, everything's complicated with the environment. So on the one hand we need to save the biodiversity, and art is a sort of protection of biodiversity. And the second thing, which is very important, and blockchain helps here, it's the protection of cultural diversity. And here where crypto anarchists come to the stage, because they have something to inherit from anarchists of the Russian history. And these crypto anarchists, what they say, their major idea is the protection of diversity of the society. It is construction of systems of internal trust within these societies. And cryptocurrency is, why is it growing? Because trust to other currencies is falling. People have more money, and money ceases to become the tool for exchange, and we need other tools for exchange with more parameters. And here's where these blockchains as technologies for mutual trusts come to stage. And one of the ideas of anarchism is that we need more societies with more, probably it would be the wrong name, uh, with more system of internal mutual exchange apart from a financial exchange. So this should be a cultural exchange, there should be environmental exchange, and we need these tools for this exchange. So I believe that this is the most important thing that allows us to have a national idea. Unfortunately, we don't have a national idea in Russia, because the world is so global that we can only compete in this cyberspace with the international idea. And this national idea is the dream for freedom. And due to development of IT sphere, you probably know that Russian language is the second language in an open internet. We also have China. And in terms of documented language, in terms of documents in which are created in Russian, in terms of information technologies and the technologies used to work with information, and they penetrate the society, all are made in Russian language. So this Russian dream for freedom, it has to be implemented through blockchain, through the loss of imperial position or superposition, in which national idea is transformed into international idea. in which we build the real dialogue between cultures within the country, because we have lots of cultures inside, and they are not hierarchically organized. They have to be hierarchically organized because they can't be organized vertically. And that's what blockchain can help us with, and that's what we are dealing with through blockchain. And that's what we're dealing with in terms of art, because artists are the people who are always within the free experiment, and they got this idea while others couldn't, and they were the first to get this idea of national freedom, the beautiness of national diversity, and NFT and blockchain will become a tool that will help us make a step to the far and beautiful future. And this is the way how beauty will save our world. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you heard me, but anyway, yeah, but the phrase was not for long. You were presented as the founder of the platform and forum, but a completely different thing you gave us and impressed us. Could you please describe this cooperation with the philosophical background of your speech, and what's your activity in this world? Well, we have formed the internal structure and methodology of work, which is called the Institute of Development of Fashion Industry, and that's just a methodology. If we talk about it and talk about its relation to fashion, I'd say the example of Bauhaus, which was opened 102 years ago, the major idea. So in 1990, the Bauhaus was opened, and they said that those artists who make pictures for the rich, who put these paintings in their houses, and let's not take Russian fairs with paintings that match our wallpapers. So that's not the kind of art in which we can put the talent of of an artist. So a talent of an artist in 1919 was through the work with the surrounding world. So the artist dealt with the art through architecture, through furniture, through the environment that the whole humankind was dealing with. And that's the idea of the designer who builds the economy of objects to make them affordable to the large number of people. And I believe today happens nearly the same. So why we're talking about ethic reality? So the art is something that transforms the surrounding world. It's not somewhere in galleries or art centers. It is the art that brings to factories. So, for example, a talented graduate from the High School of Economics comes to a factory and brings something new to this factory. So this idea, taken from the magazine about the modern society that used to be published until 2015, and then we transformed into being open as a forum, and then the Institute of Modern, because we realized that we need to transform the surrounding world, just because there's no one but us to do that. Maybe Ludmila thinks in the same way. I see. Thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear your theories in the beginning of your speech. And the modern philosopher, a very good philosopher, Kretei Chukhrai, she formed a notion of an artist, a transformer, as a person without skin. And if you continue this line, we will come to an idea that the modern artist in cyberspace, is it a person of what kind? She meant the person without skin, is it who? It's actually a painter of the realist school. It's the so-called передвижник. Well, you know, I think we are all in cyberspace, and we have no skin in cyberspace because we have lots of information in cyberspace. And there's always pain from contact because we have heart-to-heart or meet-to-meet contact, and cyberspace just interfered into our world. We hurt each other through this space because we have no culture in cyberspace. We cannot but to respect the culture of Muslims, but Charlie Hebdo actually protected their right to freedom. But when that information got into open space, it hurt billions of people who believed in some other set of values, and we all saw this information. We all appeared to be without skin in that situation, and of course we need to overcome this pain and understand that this is not our
Да, опыт сын
enemy.
ошибок.
It is something that enriches our experience, and we have experience through this pain, and we need dialogue, we need constructive dialogue, and we need to constructive
Двухголовый орел, один смотрит
of
на
our
восток.
positions. So as you know, in Russia we have the two eagles that look. One looks at the west, the other one looks at the east, and these binary points of view, we need to keep them, and we need to use them to reform the art of culture through arts, through curatorship, through galleries. We need to use them to construct this dialogue, and I hope we will succeed in this. Thank you very much for very important views that you shared with us. And thank you very much. Have a good day. See you next time.
And I'm giving the floor to our next speaker, Lyudmila Narsayan. We have already mentioned her today. She is the founder of Fashion Factory School, and she's a fashion designer. And she will speak about the superposition of digital fashion and NFT. Lyudmila, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. So the floor is yours. You are welcome with your presentation. Thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen now. I need some help. Just a moment. And while we are sharing my screen, I would like to introduce myself. I have been working in the fashion industry, and I started as a designer, and I am now the founder of the Fashion Factory School. And I have been working in the field of integration of the innovations in the fashion industry and high technologies for many years so far in physical fashion and real fashion, as we call it, and digital transformation of this fashion industry as a whole. And I wrote a research with the name Superposition of the Fashion of Russia. I do apologize, but I can't share my screen right now because I don't have any assistance. I actually requested it. Yeah, I can see that something is going on. Just a moment. Maybe we should wait a little bit.
Ага, мне пишут, что техники...
So I can see that our technical specialists are dealing with it. Yeah, let's wait a little bit. So today I'm going to tell you how in the field of fashion has practical value and absolute value, and the digital fashion and digital technologies in the fashion industry is an absolute value now, and step by step it's approaching to the practical meaning. So Ludmila, could you please share the screen button so you could share the screen?
Мы уже ваш рабочий стол видим.
So we can see your desktop. Yeah, so this is my presentation. You can see it on the screen, and I'm going.
На показ, а? F5? Или слайд-шоу говорят?
Slideshow, yeah, so.
Одну секундочку, пожалуйста. Да. Нажала. Видите ли вы?
Воспроизведение сначала.
Can you see this?
Верхний угол. Чуть-чуть ниже. Вот. Ага.
Да. Есть. Все. Спасибо вам огромное.
Thank you very much. Despite the fact that I'm, implementing high technologies and I'm very good at technical details, but sometimes even I can make mistakes. Thank you very much for your help. So what I want to say, so today the digital fashion is in the superposition as quality and energy leap and thrives as an integral part of metaverse. This metaverse or digital universe is growing right now pretty fast, and digital fashion was equal part of this metaverse, but it used to be invisible part for an audience, almost 8 billion people living on the earth until this pandemic period, and we all together went to online reality. And the digital fashion immediately received an impulse for development and became very spectacular and started to gain positions in the digital community and among audience, young audience, to be more precise. So today, digital fashion is very, very highly growing part of a meta-universe. Metaverse today is a digital fashion. It's a market with its own ecosystem. And today it's a point of efforts of the whole generation of young specialists, programmers, developers, designers, and young entrepreneurs. Today, digital fashion focuses and is under the focus of the generation of digital nomads, young generations of potential consumers, and together with the digital fashion is under the focus of social networks, mass media channels, creators and developers of digital games and applications, and so on and so forth. So newborn fashion that is indeed a little bit more than 1 year old, so it's growing so in a such a spectacular way, and it's very attractive in IT, and the most interesting stuff is going on here and today. And fashion as a curious monkey actually wants to be everywhere, wants to be innovative regarding the digital world. We live in a very unique world, in a world that where everything happens for the first time, For the first time, we live in a hybrid world where both physical and virtual worlds work together and live together and coexist together. We coexist in different generations that can be divided into 3 key generations. Number one, it's senior generations that was born and developed and grew in the physical world, and this generation expects everything as a child from this digital world and uses the advancement of the digital world since the moment when it becomes comfortable and convenient for them. Big computers appeared and PCs started to be at home, notebooks appeared, it's very convenient, and now notebooks are available for everyone. Then first mobile phones appeared and we started to use it happily. And then iPhones appeared, smartphones appeared, we started to use WhatsApp, Telegram channels, and so on. Next generation is a generation of it's a kind of sandwich generation, the generations that was born in a physical world of 80s and 90s in the 20th century, but grew and formed when this digital world started to grow and became powerful in the real world. And everybody understood that it's a very convenient sphere of human being creation and life. And then generation number three is my youngest daughter that was born after the year 2000. So she is a child of the 21st century, the generation that is called digital nomads, the generation that was born in the digital world. And since their first days, after they were born, they are very good at these technologies. They are in the social networks and games, and obviously will spend their whole life in this hybrid of digital world. And so we live in a world where the digital reality penetrates into our physical reality. And in mountain, for example, villages, they have solar panels. So we can use bank cards, and we can use plastic cards to pay for everything. Our clothes that is used where technologies of Faraday cells are used, and they may lead us to the internet space directly. And our houses, our buildings, our cities are already turning into more or less working interactive digital space where we can, to some extent, not to distinguish what is a physical world and what is a virtual world. In the Brussels, in the airports, a hologram may greet tourists and tell them about what's worth to be seen in Brussels. And so in some cities you can have a digital cat that would live with you, that would produce some sounds and live as a real cat. So it's a kind of penetration of digital world and into physical world. And then we are creators and consumers of the digital fashion. Why do we need this digital fashion? There are about 8 billion people populating the earth. And according to the statistics, however, I don't trust statistics completely. Nevertheless, almost each of us lives in a digital network, and practically each of us plays computer games like Sims or Warcraft. We are a generation of the economy of attention, because our physical forces are released by mechanisms and robots, because our intellectual capability is are free, and so step by step we go out of the daily routine of physical and mental labor to find better soil for our creative abilities, and we create creative economy. That economy, so what is that economy creates economy of attention. And what is it? It's our attention, our energy, our possibilities to make products or services, to sell those products or services, and to consume something in the digital world. So from the day of our birth to the day of our death, most of our efforts goes to the virtual world. So together with it, we are the generation, the first generation in the history of our planet that is freed from most problems of surviving on this planet. And despite all those, clouds, climate changes, social issues, nevertheless, we still, for the first time in the history of the humankind, we are the generation that is looking forward to seeing some adventures, and the digital fashion is one of the most promising adventures on our planet that our reality can give to us. And at the same time, people who are present in the digital reality have a demand for comfortable presence in this reality, in this digital world. And one of the demands and requests was if our reality is divided into before and after in real world and digital world. So consequently, we come to the point that our human, requests are divided into physical and digital. And the designers and developers gave us the first generation of digital creatures, holograms, or now widely spread digital influencers, digital creatures that don't live in the real world. Nevertheless, those digital creatures who are present in the virtual reality, they have all the property of real people. I mean, not only how they look, their appearance. No, these are people, or sorry, I call them people. Yeah, let's call them avatars. They're not real people. Those are the avatars with created biographies. And one of the most famous digital avatar in the world, Leo Michael, she even has her children biography. She has her own biography with her children pictures, and they have community. This Lil Michael, she has 3 million followers on social media, and they are given rights to speak about important issues for us, not just in terms of entertainment, what to see, what to buy, but very, very sharp and acute concerns of our modern world regarding climate change and social changes as well. And these digital influencers also join to some communities to the similar creatures, and they are numerous in number. They are different in terms of their races, genders, preferences in life. And so what unites them, it's being influencers. They're successful, they attract attention, they attract attention of the fashion industry as well. And one of the brightest examples is a very well-known Russian speaking digital influencer created by Malevar company, Aliona Paul. And last year, she was on the catwalks of all premier collections of many different Russian brands, such as real brand Fukushima. And these digital influencers, they create prepositions for necessity to come to create personal digital copies to enter equally to this digital world. Digital fashion, as I have already mentioned today, is a newborn baby. Officially, of course, history will write about it, but we can give it, identify the birth of this fashion since spring 2020. She is only 1 year and a half. She's just a toddler, yeah. But nevertheless, it's a very, very strong ecosystem. Every day, projects are created in the digital fashion, and they cover the whole industry, the whole working instrument or toolbox in the fashion. Digital designers such as first digital haute couture house or digital designer Patrick Mandal, Tatiana Rumyantseva, and many other digital designers. Then new players appear on this market, agencies who help digital designers and digital brands to go through the whole way from the creation to selling their products like Bolivar and Eva Sviridova. Then, both in the real world and digital world, a product should be produced and should be available for the audience and interesting for the audience, and it should be sold to the audience. And indeed, there are platforms, multi-brand platforms, numerous multi-brand platforms who sell collections of digital designers together with collaborations, and Dress6, for example, or a replicant that comes from Russia. New digital fashion has digital apps, digital applications that work not only for this digital product itself, but for a real product that is needed to be placed in the digital world and sell to the audience. Actually, it gives the consumers and customers a real life experience. They can touch this when they can touch these objects. For example, Texel, Kappa C, they are the most developing digital applications, virtual changing rooms, and digital apps that allow you to try on models. And of course, digital fashion has its own voices, protectors, advocates. In the Russian-speaking world of the fashion, Anna Drader and Anna Miravo with her Cyber magazine. And we also have our own system of education, Russian-speaking schools, Kazantus, Pushka, XYZ, 3DQ2, in fashion in the field. In London and across the globe, there are special educational courses, departments, and additional classes of digital fashion in a very respected organizations like Polymoda. Today, digital fashion goes according to two ways. The first one is widespread every day in use. They launch new, absolutely new collections. This way is used by many designers because this way requires minimum efforts, minimum investments, and it's very comfortable and understandable. You need to take special courses, or gain technologies, have internet access, and from any sports across the globe, you can create digital models send them to the platform, multi-brand platforms of sales, and become residents of these sales platforms. So this happens, and sneakers or trainers are good examples of this digital world fashion, and they are popular both in digital and physical world, and it has high demand both in digital and real world. And there are world leaders who produce such trainers and sneakers, and they work in collaborations. Such world brands as RTFKT with their famous trainers on fire that are on DressX XR2, the site, a special platform for sneakers. And in the Russian-speaking field, it's Ilyas Drakchiv. The second way, or the other way for brands in a digital world, it's a traditional brands, real clothes and real shoes that enlarge their range of products and unite their collections. This way is used by most powerful brands in the world, like Dolce & Gabbana, Balenciaga, Gentle Monster, and chamber projects like Fukushima and Ksenia Schneider. And for the Russian market of the digital world, the explosion and boom of such developments was an appearance of digital collection from one of the most respected brands in the world, Alena Akhmanulina. Why regular brands go to the digital fashion? Today it looks as a marketing work and investment into future. First of all, it's investment to the future of your business, because it will be a huge business because of their figures, and it's investment to stay actual, modern, trendy for young generation of digital nomads, of digital generations that start to buy it now. And the profit of the digital fashion is that those brands with their opportunities and access to expensive technologies, they popularize this digital fashion, they promote it, and start to make it more democratic, as Gucci started to produce their sneakers for $13 that are available in any country of the world. So it becomes available. A fantastic world of computer computer games for the digital world. So it's a kind of paradise garden. So according to the statistics that sometimes may cheat, but sometimes can tell the truth in games such as Sims, Fortnite, Minecraft, and Epic Games, there are about 2 billion people play these games on the everyday basis. And these figures give us the information about the money, the turnover, and of course, these characters must look somehow. And it's a very, very huge opportunity for digital designers. And gaming became the field where serious, powerful world brands experiment and develop digital fashion. Here, for example, Balenciaga and Fortnite developed great collaborations that popularize the digital fashion. Here, real collections are sold, and this is This is where we are talking about money. So digital collections bring money, and it's a kind of a must and need for the players and avatars. It's an endless market. It's a huge interest. Players buy it, and this consuming goes to digital fashion. If this demonstrative consuming used to be in a shape of buying yachts or diamonds, now this demonstrative consuming is a super modern actual collections of brands. Людмила, I do apologize for interruption, but we need to roll up. Yeah, 2 slides are left. Thank you. Today, the key, one of the key tasks for the digital fashion is an interactive user experience. We saw the digital collections over these 2 years, and today we want interactive entrance to the digital space and interactive live with trying on purchases and demonstration of our outfits. And this develops such projects as the pet that are using big projects, and Gucci, Dolce Gabbana, like Lauren, have these interactive games when each buyer can go to this game, create their digital twin, buy clothes items, and take an active part in the digital community of the brand. And consequently, why NFT is involved here and how it is involved here. NFT is getting an incredible story about hype, as we say. And I would call it a great adventure. The Russian Museum, Hermitage, Sotheby's, Christie's, all they are working with NFTs now. Fashion, as I said, as a curious monkey, is trying on this mechanism. Again, there are absolute values and practical values. NFT in the digital world in fashion now, it's an event, it's attraction of attention, and it's a story about new demonstrative ownership. We practically don't have any practical value here, and today the story is about collectors in fashion. Fashion always works around a unique product, and in this case it's logical that in the digital world the uniqueness of this product is underlined by NFT. And the next step is the step for creation a digital product when NFT will prove the ethics and legal field of the fashion, of the product of fashion. Thank you very much for your attention. And let me remind you that in our country, we have NFT platform Artisan by Regina Turbina, where we will see each other. See you in the digital fashionable reality. Thank you. So actually you opened a new page. It's a discovery for me. And I always knew that women are pioneers in everything, especially in fashion. Thank you very much. Let's go to our next speaker. Actually, you have already introduced her. I invite Regina Turbina. She is a digital designer and founder of Artisan and Replicant platforms. Regina, can you hear me? Hello. So.
Good day to everyone. Thank you very much for your invitation, and thank you very much to Ludmila for such a very detailed and interesting speech. I will talk about wearable Nfta. and our project in digital fashion. We have a huge experience in this, and I will just share my presentation now. So my presentation is verbal NFT art, a step to the metaverse that doesn't exist. I will talk about it a bit later. So my name is Regina Turbina. I'm a digital fashion designer. I am a designer by education. I also am a digital fashion ambassador. I talk a lot about the digital fashion, how it can be used, how it can be applied in the future. And I'm also a founder of Replicant and Artisans venues. And in recent time, I've been deeply involved in NFT digital art, even though we came to it gradually. I will talk about it later as well. First of all, for those who doesn't know or has never had to deal with it, it's a file that is developed in the digital space. It is a cloth that resembles physical things through patterns and the outlook. We use Cloud 3D or Marvelous Designer programs to develop these things, and anyone can develop this outfit as a designer. And these programs are easily available. They work based on subscription. And today we see a boom of digital fashion. It is being created. It is also very interesting to observe how a large number of brands and designers start using the digital fashion for their campaigns, for their exhibitions and shows, as well as in their applications. Also, a digital fashion topic is very important to me as a designer because here you can try anything you want, some unbelievable textures, materials, colors, or you can use things without applying physical resources. And it is a very good step or a way for designers who want to try themselves in design or maybe enter a new industry. And it is the most important thing to start. And due to digital fashion, this threshold to enter the industry is very low. I believe it is also a very good sign for creators, especially for those who are involved in creative economy and within the NFT Apple. So these things do not exist in reality, but physical things can be digitalized with these programs, and digital things can also be reproduced in a physical format. So how it is done? We need to take our digital things, develop the blueprints, and then print them out and use them to sew real clothes. That actually minimizes production costs for physical things. I will tell you about my first project. This is a Replicant, a shop for digital things, for digital clothes. It is the first digital fashion marketplace. It was founded on the 20th of May 2020. We've done a lot since then in terms of digital fashion. We had several collaborations and projects. In result, what we have now, we have 1.5 years of work in digital fashion. We have collaborations with Puma, Moratv. We also have the project for GQ magazine. And we always carry this idea of collaboration, of new cooperation idea to masses. We also can create several technical projects. And for example, we launched the first tri-cab in the world, a digital thing where you can try digital clothes to your avatar. And we also launched a Telegram bot, which allows you to try digital things on your photo. And these collaborations also gained great success. People like working with digital clothes. They like trying new things, trying them on, and as long as it doesn't harm the environment, it doesn't take place in your wardrobe. Of course, this is a new experience which many people like, and they dare it. I believe that our early doctors who already engaged more than 800 persons, so we sent over 150 orders for the past 2 years.
Тема интересная.
It shows that this theme is very interesting, and the use of digital clothes for your social networks is also pretty prospective way of development. Today we have over 230 clothes available from over 35 designers from around the world. We also have buyers from around the world, from Europe, the US, America, the whole world, also Spanish-speaking countries. But experience of work in replicant showed me that I've always been interested in ownership of digital things while we've been developing replicant. Replicant doesn't provide this ability to own these digital clothes. So if you make a purchase, you buy digital clothes, but you don't purchase the files of these clothes. So there's nothing you can do with these clothes without this file. But while working with the digital fashion, I've been interested in ownership issues, and as we've come to digital fashion through art, so why we actually became involved in NFTs, because NFTs and digital fashion are made for each other, and probably it is the only way to license of digital things and implement them into some sort of chain or Ethereum where you can sell these things or collect them, resell them, or for example, mark them. And licensing and a huge network of Ethereum that provides for the ability to exist for digital clothes and to find buyers and collectors and remain in this web routine forever. It is very important to own these digital things, and it is also a step to metaverse, which hasn't been created yet, but when it will be created, people will need to own things. It's not unclear yet how people will own these things in decentralized format. And when we have the decentralized format, we would like to have these things in metaverse in a decentralized format, because if something happens to service, we want to have our things and things of our users be safe kept and used in various games, in various I don't know, fashion rooms, and probably people could use them in virtual reality and augmented reality and so on and so forth. So this is very important for us. Thus, we came to an idea of marketplace for digital fashion. We made it from scratch. We base it on our smart contract, on which designers can mark their NFTs and buyers can buy, collect these NFTs or resell them, and also try them on their photos or avatars in augmented reality. For example, if you have these things, have these options in augmented reality programs. So first of all, we had an idea, then we implemented this idea. Now we have the website through which we sold 50 items. We got the first drop of 12 designers from around the world, and part of this drop has been sold out. This experience showed that interest to NFT fashion is pretty high. And also there's a great diversity in application of these things and clothes in digital space. It's that includes gaming, that includes collaboration with brands, again VR, and that's a great field for research. We are happy with our marketplace, but we want to upgrade it because there are some good ideas that we would like to implement on the marketplace. For example, we want to give more opportunities to designers to develop new things. We want to provide some educational information for those who want to enter digital fashion field, and also for the starting designers. It is very important for us to grow up the community, and people need to know it very well. We need to know the community very well as well, because we need to understand that this is the creative economy. It is done by designers, by artists, and digital fashion designers need to know that they can earn enough to support their activities. So we will be developing this topic going forward. So what else? Things can be tried on the website, and this is our unique offer, because NFCs are mostly not intended to be used for collectioning. They are not for accesses during sales. They're mostly about community. And mostly these things are not intended to be used, but on our marketplace, you can use these things and you can see everything. You can try them on a photo, you can try them on an augmented reality. And what's the most important, it actually raises the value and the price of NFT, because it becomes both the message from the designer and also the source of income. Yes, please finish your words. And we also have a couple of words about Web3 and metaverses. I like to understand that we are Web3 project, that our servers will not crash, will not be down, because it's all around the world. And we exist on a great number of computers. The whole data are available all around the world, which uncovers great opportunities for creators and for collectors. So thank you very much for the attention. Regina, thank you very much. It is not a question, but probably a comment. Museums are also safekeeping fashion items as well, among other collections, as well as historical items. So we have lots of items from the past centuries and so on and so forth. Do you have any relation to the historical items, to material items? We don't have an experience of work with museum items, but I think it is also very important thing to digitalize those fashion items that exist now, because they're not forever, and they need to be safe kept for good, forever. And, the virtual reality provides an opportunity for this. You can establish a museum in a virtual reality, and as an interesting thought, this would be to keep physical things in the virtual museums. So I would also like to say that I am a designer of physical clothes, and we also digitalize physical clothes. And as I've mentioned, digital fashion works in both sides. So we can either digitalize physical things, or we can bring digital fashion into physical space. Thank you very much. This is also very interesting experience that adds up to our understanding of the today's world. Thank you and good luck.
Пока у нас не появился
So
художник, который должен был
we are looking forward to seeing the artist.
подождем.
So let's wait a little bit.
Мы
We are
уже
connecting to the artist.
пространстве.
We are going to meet in our Zoom space a very famous person. His name is Pokras Lampas. He's a famous artist. He is a founder and an ideologist of the direction calligraph futurism, and in history he is known as one of the first who got into this NFT industry. So we have some technical issues. He is connecting to us and he promised to do it shortly. So, and I believe we will give the floor to Maria Gladkih. Maria, she is the head of the press center, press service of the virtual Russian Museum. Maria will speak about the museum in the period of digital transformation. Hello, friends, colleagues. It's a very complex name of my speech, but over these 2 days, we have managed to reach the heaven of fantastic opportunities. Then we, return to our real physical world. And today I would like to speak about the museum again. I don't have any presentation. I have several theses to present, and I hope that you will just you will get them. So the global transition, I will start with some history. There's a global transition of the humankind from the epoch of the industrial epoch to the information society changed the paradigm, and those resources that used to be final in the industrial world, and when the information resource appeared, so if you share your apple, you will not have an apple, and if you share your information resource, your information will double. So it was very significant in terms of this global information network. Now we speak about the internet information, we exchange it, we share information, this community, it's endless resources developing, and it's useful for culture agencies, including museums, because one of the tasks of a museum as educational task and mission fit this philosophy, and all websites of the museums have information about tours, excursions, etc. They have beautiful opportunity to speak about themselves, but for people of creative jobs that create in the digital world, digital art, designers, artists, musicians, they are under the hidden threat, because their artworks at the moment of its release is copied, and as an artist needs to earn money. So it was a problem for an artist how to protect and secure their products, their artworks. That's why the world reacted to NFT, non-fungible tokens, because it's an attempt to create a unique resource, a unique final resource and instrument, and creation of an opportunity to regulate it in this digital world financially and legally. Why I underline this? Because for digital artists, for designers, gamers who create originally in the digital environment, those laws of metaverses and NFTs. It's a very organic environment, a natural environment. I focus on it on purpose because the museum functions in a different world, real worlds. And for the museum to go and enter this digital world requires to follow some details. And one more important moment I would like to underline that non-fungible tokens gave opportunities to artists, musicians, to create not only unique objects and protect them, but protect their authors' rights for their artworks and gain some profit, and certify it in a free way without any government institutions and agencies. They can go to these open platforms, register their rights, and work. So yesterday, on the first day of our conference, we heard these presentations about it. Today, we are more about philosophy. So I will speak more in this field. So digital art and artists, to compare with digital art and artists, what opportunities do museums have regarding this digital world? So let's understand what is a museum and what are the main functions. So museum collects, stores, studies and exhibits artworks. In our case, fine arts. In Wikipedia, they write the objects of material and spiritual culture, and we also popularize this. So I would like to immerse into details because there are so many nuances, and my speech is directed and is addressed not only to my colleagues, museum colleagues, but also to our IT colleagues, those who took part yesterday in our conference, so we could discuss together what new technologies can give to the museums. So what, or maybe what role can a museum play in a new world? So as for collecting and studying of objects, art objects that museums do. So whatever the situation, whatever we have, CryptoPunks, crypto kittens, it will be history at some points, and to study it, how it influenced the life. And museums, from the expert point of view, could come to this question. And here I would like to underline one speaker who offered to evaluate an artwork by the community through likes from mass media, from social media. You know, it's an estimation of a community or fans of this artist. Yeah, it's not an expert estimation. I would like to give this right to art experts, people who know history, art, history of art, philosophy, and even the museum is not going to take part in all these NFT stories. We need to follow this, and at some point we will come to the situation to represent ourselves in this platform, in this world. And today we also spoke about storage. For the museum, it's natural to store some objects. Yeah, we have funds, we provide security and protection of those objects. And here we face both in physical and digital objects. They have a different paradigm. They have digital depositoriums, and my colleagues spoke about it today. The digital objects are not included into museum funds, and my colleagues mentioned it today, and mostly it's an experimental fund where we just observe. But for future, I would like to underline another important moment, not to go from the object to the system of storage. Please notice that today in culture agencies, museums as conservative organizations, they have centralized storage. It's organized in a vertical type within the organization and within the branch in this museum field on the whole. So everything is given to the catalog, to the database, to the departments of the museums. And here the security is provided by all inner and local forums and regulatory forms that exist in the agency. Copying, fixing, nobody excludes physical carriers. Yeah, when we write it, etc., when they copy it and write it, it's a different paradigm. Decentralized storage, it's a horizontal model. Of course, the world is approaching to this horizontal structure, but today museums are not ready to shift to it completely. On the one hand, in the case of centralized storage, a human factor may bring harm. When we spoke about today, Vitaly said today that he lost all the keys to the digital art. So when somebody, so some person who is in charge, for example, leaves his workplace and takes all passwords with him or her, and we lose the data. So here we need to develop the security system. And if we speak about an object of storage that is stored, partially I have already mentioned that it's a digital repository with long-term protection, safe, secured from stealing and damaging. But today, digital artworks are not considered as an object of a museum fund, and this question is still being discussed. But I would like to draw your attention to another part that can't be excluded. So the digital resources that are called non-material assets. So my colleague Svetlana will speak about these assets, but I would like to focus my attention on non-material assets that are able to bring dividends to the agency, and all these procedures should be followed, you know, storage, protection, registration must be applied. And if we some time ago we raised the question that everything is available on the internet, wrong pictures, who controls it. So today we have to say that there is a system that tracks it, bots that find illegal utilization of images, and such a spread in educational purposes is available, it's possible. But if we speak about economic, so from the economical point of view, when museums need to earn money, so here the task is not only to save and take into account these non-material assets, so we need to bring it to the world, to some you know, public ledger, because everything that is kept, for example, it's not just a word. So non-digital images that, we spoke about it with Marina Tsveleva today in the morning. Not only images that the museum may give rights to use. For example, the Russian Museum has an experience of creation of multimedia exhibitions, digital resources, and you see, this only the museum knows that these digital resources exist, and the question is how to make it public, how to announce about it, and those functions of control and regulation, those questions may be solved by blockchain technologies. I don't know why it's not mentioned, and even we didn't mention it during our conference, this IP chain association that united the Russian authors community and Minister of Culture and Minister of Digital Development. It's a Russian system built on blockchain to protect copyright, authors' rights. And in June, on the level of the president, an order was signed to create a public organization on controlling and managing the rights of public activity. So we discuss world blockchain systems, and at the same time, we don't consider Russian instruments. I'm not an expert in this field, I have to confess, and I'm not going to give estimation to this. And it would be right to invite specialists from the ministers, Minister of Culture, Minister of Digital Development, who are aware of why it's going on like that, and what is this association focused on now. And IP chain was created 4 years ago, and according to the materials in mass media, they have about 5,000, maybe 5 million contracts. I don't know the details in the field of intellectual property, and they do work with musicians, with cinema producers, and museums are not very active in this field. Why? Maybe this company is not active towards museums, or we museums are not open for this. So it's a question to discuss. And I would like to, give this signal to the audience who is listening to us for museums. So yes, we do understand that for museums, it's not that easy to enter this market and use this public organizations and associations, this system of blockchain systems to work with their non-material assets, including future digital art objects. And it would be good to mention. And the last aspect is a presentation. Actually, I have mentioned it partially. The opportunities and possibilities of the internet and creation of digital twins allowed the museums to popularize their collections and to talk about it. And now we have the instruments to track and stop illegal utilization of the objects if a museum is interested in it. So I would like to draw your attention to one more interesting point, and the point that is important. Indeed, the change, maybe these fluctuations existed always, value and price of the resources and products so yesterday we were speaking about products. Yesterday we were speaking about marketing, sales. We were speaking about top dollars and big money. But I would like to draw your attention that when we speak about traditional arts and when we release into the network a reproduction of a painting, how we promote it, and if we promote it, when we give it a price. And this question of a price and a value. I would also like to ask this question: to use or to be? And to continue this idea, so our society is divided into those who is present here in the real world and feel the reality each minute, and those who go to the virtual world and feel the balance. But it's more about philosophy, and I want to ask this question. Yeah, so do you feel this philosophy of ownership and to show that yes, I own something, I'm the owner of the signature of the State Hermitage Museum or something else, and we're still at the point of discussing and thinking where we should be, and we would like to be in this media resources, and the Russian Museum releases this media arts complex media courses, online courses. We want to be here as a digital world because we want to spread our knowledge. Yeah, we want to become more quality. So it's not about being a part of this system in a short period of time. You know, it's like gold rush. Yeah, everybody rushed there, started to earn money, and it was, you know, very hard to listen that everybody attracts us and they say you come to us and you will become rich immediately. Museum is an institution that analyzes a lot, and that is a very, very conservative institution. And so then when this hype is over, we will take these instruments and we will bring them into our future. And actually, blockchain technologies are about modern contemporary art. It's a fresh air for artists. It's a stimul for their development, for collecting, and this is what museums will study in future, and it will become a part of history. And blockchain is a game at the same time, and we do understand that despite the fact that we are attracted, just come and earn money, we do understand that there are risks, that there are opportunities, but again, it's a game of owning of some properties, etc. And then, so in the name of our conference, we have the word meanings. Let's look to this direction. Let's not forget about meanings of values, including technologies. Let's take this deep idea, deep meaning that would help museum as an institution that looks into this eternity and reflects reality and gives it to future generations. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Gladkir. And we are. So if you have questions, you are welcome, but we are turning to our previously announced speaker that is connected. So can you hear us, Pakras? Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Yes, we will be very glad to listen to your experience about your wave, and you've already processed it for many times. Yes, of course, I will share my experience with you. I will just adjust the screen so you could see me better. So good day, dear friends. I'm sorry for rescheduling my speech. I just came back from shootings. So tonight, you will be able to watch the first channel and you will see what we've made. and I actually managed to discuss NFT with Ivan Urgant, and we actually discussed our community and our art world, creative art world in mass media. So I'm sure that many of those who never heard about NFT before will partly hear about it, understand it. Maybe they will be interested in it. I also wanted to discuss a difficult topic about cooperation with NFT for modern artists. Who has probably implemented himself in various mediums, and now he has some new hype topic which is discussed by everyone, and which is desired by everyone, but not everyone understands what that is. Of course, I'm not talking about experienced colleagues who made their strategy very successful even before NFT. I'd rather talk about the newbies to the digital art and digital community. But I believe it's also very important to talk about the first NFT work which is presented by an artist. There is the term Genesis artwork. Genesis is the first work uploaded by an artist, and Genesis is the subject of a collection, especially for some large representatives of NFT art, which means that if an artist uploads or publishes his or her first work, and don't say that this is a Genesis, I believe this is a great mistake in terms of communication. I think this is a great mistake in terms of an opportunity to increase the value of the work, because this is an initial work, it is a genesis. And genesis is the work that in some 5, 10, 20, 30 years, when the NFT tokens and digital currencies will be much more integrated. So this Genesis will become the point, the starting point, and this will be a representative point for the new era of art. Therefore, I would like to support the idea that Genesis artwork has to work, and you need to pay more attention to this to make it more quality. If you think that the first NFT drop is a sort of a test, so I should upload it and then see how people will buy it. Maybe I will earn some great bids on some small auction. There is a great chance that you will be doing wrong with your digital capital. And I would advise you to take a look at the experience of our international colleagues who came to the digital world not in 18 or 19, when we had more field for experience and the threshold to enter the world was pretty low. But we should look at international colleagues who entered this world today, because this would be a better representation for the work. Now, the second level is for those artists who are not deeply involved in social networks, and they face an issue of talking about their work. And I believe that Russian community should expand, should unite, and develop their position in terms of the support, in terms of experience sharing. And I'm very happy that in 2021, the NFT topic in Russia is not just discussed in mass media in terms of some record sales, but it also allows artists to unite on the thematical Telegram channels, also reopen Discord or Twitter for them, and finally start a gradual work on increasing their media assets, and also understand better how modern communications are performed, and how contemporary tools like integration into digital tokens and neural networks into generative art, developed not by AI and some other experimental formats when physical objects are performed and scanned and then re-implemented. So this market is very open for experiments, and I would strongly recommend to see it not as a short-term way of earning some money, but as a way to talk about your work to a new audience, maybe try to enter not the Russian market, but also the international market, because a lot is happening there, and there is no segregation. For example, like Russia is presenting in Russia, East is exhibiting in the East, and so on and so forth. So there is no strong barrier with this. And I'm very happy for my colleagues who managed to perform exhibitions in museums, in digital museums, in digital exhibitions in China, in Arab Emirates, in the US, in Europe, because NFT, through democratization of cryptocurrencies, NFT allows young artists to open themselves through new communication. Another point that we need to discuss is the fact that before we start studying NFT as a fashionable thing, I say fashionable in quotes because NFT art has been existing for several years. It was not so cool format, but only people only started being interested in it after some huge numbers of sales appeared. But the whole art has been existing for several years already, and we need to understand what cryptocurrencies are, how to deal with crypto, say, security, how to deal with crypto assets, how to deal with volatile exchange rates for alternative cryptocurrencies, if we don't consider Bitcoin or Ethereum, or if we take Flow or Tezos or BNB, because when there are news that some mining farms in China were restricted and prohibited, this may bring cryptocurrencies down on the market. Or, for example, if a country like Salvador starts taking some cryptocurrency as an alternative currency, this may bring the market up. And of course, for the artists, it's not always necessary to know such things, but you need to know what's happening on this field. Also, generate the news around you, try to understand and try to catch up some insiders, some fresh news, including through Telegram channels. So if we just take a look at this form as a Wild West, we will not be able to occupy this. But we need to learn how to use the tools that we have today. We don't just catch up the train that takes us to the future, and we don't do anything with that. We need to be active on the market. We need to be actively researching the news. That's why I recommend you to listen to profile lectures and speakers and understand what's the difference between centralized and decentralized exchanges. Also to know at least minimal rules of the crypto security regarding your wallet, regarding authorization, authentication, also registration on various NFT exchanges and in various projects, and how to use collective cards. And if you want to keep the amount of more than $10,000 in your wallet, I strongly recommend you to purchase a called crypto wallet, the so-called flash card with the called crypto wallet, and learn how to work with this. Of course, this seems to be a completely new world to us, and not all the artists are having time to develop this. They are overloaded with with exhibitions with the monetary issues, and we believe that curators should be dealing with that, not and artists should do art, but we need to know the basics of crypto economy, because without that we might have issues and problems in the future. There are examples when artists were selling their arts for tens of thousands of dollars, but they don't know how to get this money into real money. They don't know taxation systems. They don't know what's the difference between money keeping on Binance or on your own hot wallet in terms of MetaMask. Uh, they don't know how to safe keep their wallet and not to use some links from strangers and not to lose all the money from a wallet. This is a very difficult problem. We need to understand it. We need to deal with it. We need to pay more attention to it, because the more, let's call them crazy money that come to the industry, the more fraud, the more gray schemes we have, the more chance that artists will be making mistakes, and finally will come to the result that the result of their work will bring negative negative results rather than positive money. So it's just because you need to know more about it. Probably you don't enter the market because everything is in English on the marketplace, and we need to deal with this as well. And I believe that we, as representatives of digital economy, need not only talk about it, not only talk about opportunities, but we also need to highlight risks, highlight the fact that any art project in NFT format, it actually bears a great responsibility in terms of legal, in terms of taxation, in terms of how it is directly to construct communication with auctioneers, with collaborators, with partners, and that is also very important, and at least not less important than collaboration and exhibitions themselves. And I'm happy to see more projects with my colleagues, because the community is pretty small but still very dense, and that's very great. I don't know how much time I have, and if you have any questions, please be
Пожалуйста,
welcome
наши
to ask them.
руководители все-таки покажите ваш
For
опыт.
the wide audience, could you please show your experience?
То, что вы
Well,
продали,
as
ну, в первый раз,
for the wide
пожалуйста,
audience,
продемонстрируйте.
for example, tell us please the works that you've just sold for the first time. Yes, I will share my screen and show it to you. Okay. So here's we are running the screen sharing. Can you see it? Great. So I will tell you about my first selling, because as I've been talking about the Genesis art, and I will also speak about some nuances that need to be covered as well. So this is my profile on the Foundation website. Foundation is one of popular crypto marketplaces. You have access to it through invites, and invites are sold to artists that already performed sales on foundations. So for example, I make a sale on foundation and I have 1, 2, 3, 4 invites. Here you can see that I personally invited 7 persons. Yes, 7 persons, and there is this 8th invite that someone probably missed or didn't use, or probably it will be resold to some other new artists. And my colleagues also invited me, and you can see it on your profile. The profile is verified through social networks. There is a verification through Twitter, which is also very important, because number of fakes through imitation of digital assets are very often. And this is what I sold for 16 Ethereums, and this is $58,000. If you transform it into rubles, I believe this will be more than 3 million rubles, and that is more than convincing for you to pay attention to this work. So this is my projection that I developed on a Cherkesskaya power plant in the northern Dagestan. I created this. I own the copyright to this. I pictured it on my iPhone, and that's completely me, and that's completely my work. So I didn't have to take the right from the photographer to have the right to sell it. So there is also a description in English. So the story was about how a person works with nature, and it was about anthropogenic activity. And as the hydropower plant often generates electricity that is spent to mining, and that brings us to the issue of generation and consumption. So this is the illustration for our time. This is the illustration about the contemporary artists who can create both the physical and digital objects, and that was the auction on March the 10th. I presented this work with the price of one Ethereum. The starting point was $3.6 thousand. Then it was just $2,500. At night, the bid was opened by my colleague. He's the Russian artist Nikita Replyansky. In NFT media, we have support to each other, and he actually did something unexpected. He opened this bid, and he supported me, and then we see the stakes and bids growing to 1.8 Ethereums, to 3, to 6, to 7, to 8, to 12 Ethereum, to 13, to 16 Ethereums, and each bid also prolongs the auction to 15 minutes, and we have a collector called by Sylvian who purchased my work for 16 Ethereums. Then you pay a fee to the marketplace, and then you see these things. Etherscan is a digital record about the token and the history of token. This is the certificate that confirms authenticity. Then you have IEP that confirms the information is safe kept and transferred. And there's also a metadata. This is the information about the token. So if you wish, you can click it and check it out. So here's the art project that discovers my vision of art in terms of urban atmosphere and in terms of objects which you cannot use as a canvas, but also my vision of cadre, of scale, of art in general. So I believe this would be a very good example of a demonstration. If you have any more questions, you can ask them, but I would like to use my profile to show you that these are not the best and not ordinary sales. I had works that were sold for 1 or 2 at the realms, but still it is very important to place your works on marketplaces. And I also buy something from other artists. You can see that I also take part in auctions. I open bids on some auctions, and through this, I support some artists that I like, that have some activity in social media, and through buying their works, I also support them in some other times.
Спасибо, что вы, не скрывая
Thank you
своих
very much that you
все
discovered
порядок действий. Это очень важно,
all
потому что
actions
даже в рамках
to be
нашего
taken by artists, and even with this within this conference
творить, мы все сделаем вместе.
your
Это как бы
idea that you don't need to only work as an artist, you need to do more than that. That's very
И у меня
important.
к вам только один
And
вопрос.
I only have one question to you.
Вот это взаимодействие с
So this collaboration with this world, with the physical world. I read your interview where you define your actions as the sale of simulators. Yeah, I think I mentioned this in one of my interviews. But the question is, if we are talking about the art part of this talking, so we understand the mechanism, we understand that you need to be loaded with all these contemporary nuances of cyber economy, but in terms of art, this art element, has it changed since you entered the NFT sphere, or it hasn't changed? And do you adjust to the world, or what happens? Well, this is a very good question. I believe it would be fair to say that when I produced a mapping on the Cherkesskaya power plant, that was mostly an art object. I didn't want to sell it initially. It was not an item to be sold. It was my vision of the current place, time, and that was an art object to me on the first place. And to me, NFT market is not the wish to adjust to current rules. It is the way to demonstrate independence of an artist from some pressure from outside or some independence from time. Because some works may only exist in digital format. Sometimes I work with neural networks, and of course, there is no need to take to canvas what you can make in a digital way. Of course, that would not be enough. And I think AI would better demonstrate what I have through a project or through some research. And marketplaces are good places to show it, to describe it. And if you find a buyer to your work, that would be just great. There are some projects that have not been sold yet, and that's okay, because I don't want a complete sold out on my own works. I want to show my perception through photos, through projections, through some new tools like neural networks, and just fix that through NFT as a contemporary view to implementation of my work. But why it is important is that, first of all, it gives more independence to an artist, independence in terms of selection of art objects. For example, I can use NFT tokens to finance my future projects. I can finance purchase of new equipment, of new techniques, and so on and so forth. And that's also the independence of life of an artist, because if before your sales depended on contracts with galleries, on how you negotiate with collectors, or how you presented your works on positions, but today you have an opportunity to develop yourself in a digital way, in a digital world, and develop those things that you believe are perspective and interesting to you. Thank you very much. I believe I understand your position, and it is also very important to understand that for those who are close to this world or dream about this world. Pokras, thank you very much for joining us and talking to us. I hope you also had a great time with us as well. Thank you very much. It was great to participate in this, and it's a great initiative to talk about digital art, especially through our great institution like museum. We haven't showed you on our multimedia center, but I hope we will in some future. Have a good time. Thank you. Good day.
Sure. Yeah. So, our dear visitors of our conference, I am the last speaker in this line of speakers for our conference today. And I'm going to finish our conference with my presentation. Actually, there is not much left for me to speak about after all our speakers. However, the whole commercial segment in the world of art looks very active and develops constantly and employs new technologies. And every day something happens in terms of innovations, and museums as a prison in this field, but or at least they seem like that, very conservative facilities. No, it's not like that. And multimedia center where we stream our conference, and Hermitage and many museums across Russia, they constantly deal with these problems. However, it's more difficult for us at some point. And as for the digital content, together with well-famous copies of our exhibits that we have, to create the digital content is possible using any interior, any our palace, or any that a person doesn't see, a visitor of a museum doesn't see. We have a big number of funds. Nevertheless, so what content we do have? Digital content. And what should we do with it? I'm not boasting right now. I'm focusing on some problems now. The Russian Museum in its mission, and if you think that we're representing the world on behalf of maybe the Russian culture on the whole, so maybe icons, this is what would present commercial interest. Now I'm showing you. Just for an example, one of our exhibit and object, and I'm offering you to switch on your fantasy and think about all those reputational losses and issues and scandal situations that we should expect connected with such behavior on the market. I will not plunge into details. Practically all of you know our legal framework and mood of our society. So what scandals may be around this story, you can easily imagine. Another object in the center, it's a Baxter's work. Today, Hermitage representative underlines this problem using Matisse example. So I wanted to say the same. We constantly face the same stories, similar stories, when even to place something on a regular website, a piece that we obtained through a legal way, through proper documents, through proper purchase. Nevertheless, there are those who are inherited these pieces, and they organize in communities that protects rights of inheritance. Together with these art pieces, the same situation with the artists and the inheritance of the artists of the 20th century, even formally. Now, to show you a work of an artist of the 20th and 21st century, I need to have his written permission, and it deals with any systems of exhibition and display, installations, digital spaces, galleries, whatever. So we have to organize it. So again, it's not, we are speaking not about the objects that museum can use to enter cyber economy and digital work. And the third slide, you see a very strange image because it's a kind of a complex and very complex product. It's a result of work of many parties. It's a concert in our Philharmonia after Shostakovich. It's a concert that took place according to the program Parallel World of the Russian Arts. And you can see in this curved sails that were put in the space of this hall, or the author of this idea, the concept of this project, Viktor Kramer, and he is not an employee of the Russian Museum. And we made that mapping. And those who know, so you recognize that we use the art of Filonov. However, in some our compositions, you can't even recognize the details and parts and fragments of these works, and you need to be a specialist really. But nevertheless, the questions and issues of joint rights and different issues connected with relationships between the participants of this work, it's a context of high demand, and we know that how spread these representatives of fine arts, and we observe different projects and products, and we even give our permission, give our digital copies so other organizations could do something. And other organizations, they receive more rights because we, from our government agencies, have white spores regarding legal fields. And the fact that we are the owners of all these objects, nobody cares indeed. But nevertheless, we have partial rights for this, and what is left for us is to move it forward. Now you can see a fragment of a content that already took part in one of the projects, and even not in one project. And you can see with experienced eye actually could catch details of the object of our museum, but they are not used in a full form. Now you can see how it looks in the space of the hall. Now it's a greatly demanded format, digital space, and in this case, the exhibition is devoted to the Russian avant-garde, and in our center, multimedia center, as I mentioned earlier, we conduct different researches that may be called learning of and studying of metaverses of each artist, because we study the history of fine arts as a story of visualization since ancient times until now, as an ongoing history of visualization. So it's very important what ideas are put here, and each period has their ideas, different artists, and it exists in the digital form. It may have practical utilization. And I will show you one more small fragment, so you can see it in front of you. Of course, it's in a chaos. Some boxes with games are placed. These are the gaming products, those smart games that were made over 13 years. There are more than 5 because they were translated, they were uploaded on platforms, public platforms, App Store, and similar. But they were created when I, for example, needed to explain to our management the meaning of the word quest, for example, because this word wasn't popular and wasn't used widely in our language. I had to explain to our management what was it, and we didn't move further because it's impossible to fight with windmills. So we created 5 games. And actually, even so far, nothing similar has been implemented and created. You know, we have had a lot of talks about it, and we have talks about digital world, entering this digital world and market. And so this is what we have, and I haven't seen anything like that. But we started to do it together with Hermitage parallelly when they published one game. And that's it. And also I would like to repeat that I'm not pulling this attention to NFT. It's not a format for a governmental facility, an agency, and tomorrow another platform will appear, another format will appear, and we will be invited there. And that's why I'm not for this. And the quality and quantity of the digital content will grow every day, but on demand, we think that museums, the only digital asset of a museum, is a digital copy of our objects. Yeah, I tried to show you a small part of it. Of course, we have more materials like that, and I'm happy. I'm happy that within the work of this conference, I managed to speak with some experts regarding the possibilities and opportunities of realization, the topic of startups, investments, cooperation with different platforms, and it's possible to implement if we have time for this in our life. I will show you several slides. So these are the results of work with our programmers. Here you can see several screens, the programs, Lersen, the program Lersen that is going to work with the same to register on the blockchain digital artworks. And these 2 days, in these 2 days, we understood what's going on those platforms, how it's happening. But we will try to understand what's important for us. First of all, it's important the tokens would be created not for the static objects, but video, audio, and probably different archive fonts. And as I understand now, these are the main positions that we have, as you can see, to process on the blockchain, the ledger, scientific words, additional information, etc. Those positions exist beyond blockchain databases that exist in every museum. They're different. So they have ledger on taxes, commis systems, and some additional databases in different departments and divisions. And there are. So actually, we have spoken a lot these 2 days, yeah, and my mind really expanded, yeah, as they say, and together with famous overwhelmed bases that restorators have, different stages of macro filming and fragments in such quality and volumes that can't be stored practically, and they keep them at home at their computers because it's important to store them, and so you need systematization, you need access in this case, and at some point this complex of problems will explode, really. Something will happen and something will disappear, and everything will disappear, I would say. So as for the verification and identification, of course, the signature of an artist it has always been the best verificator of an object, of an artwork, and it would be ideal forever, even if it covered with a paint or re-signed by another artist. But most objects, museum objects, let's say many museum objects, and in from medieval era, most of the objects are not signed, and it adds the value to their work of art that is denied in the world of cyber economy. And this object, NFT object, is sold with such name, this or that name, this or that parameters. So then after 3 years, these parameters change for some reason. So recently we had a case when neural networks and this artificial intelligence identifying that Rubens is not Rubens in one of the museums in Europe. Only 10% belonged to Rubens, you know, and 90% was synthetic. So the same story happened to an object. And what happens to the token in this case? You cannot put our main museum information there in this case. And actually I have a prompt that into the product I'm showing now. Actually, it's possible to bring new information. So it means even if we sold this token, we still can bring some new information there. And actually, I'm showing you this program because its author wanted to stay anonymous, and it also gives accent to our conversation. This world is not that simple as it seems to us, maybe, or as we want to see it, and not always you can act. Actually, Pakras, with his previous speech, he helped me understand different things, and as an artist he covered different positions that he keeps in mind. So actually my question is when to create, if you should keep everything in mind, this Ethereum's etc. If you keep it in head, yes, I do understand that the world has changed and museums have changed, and actually we always follow trends. And let me finish my speech with these words. So for museum specialists, the question of verification is also not that simple question, because, for example, after reattribution of an object in the museum assembly, 10 years may pass before some changes would be brought into the ledger with special documents, with attribution committees, etc. It's a long-term process. And today, an artist of a digital world, here and now, changes the universe, his or her own universe. So I will finish here. I hope that we will have comments, written comments, and I hope that those who have been with us these 2 days will leave their feedback, because actually now I want to meet some people in the real world, not only in Zoom. Thank you everybody. Maria Gladkih wants to add something. Friends, I wouldn't like to stop it in a sharp way. Actually, I would like to notice that we had beautiful people here. We had great professionals in their fields and experts, and it's a precious communication. And our speakers, despite the fact that our speakers were online and it was comfortable time for them, here offline we had great advantage of discussing something in person, and we hope that this conference will provoke such disputes and discussions among our listeners and audience. I can't say that we put the period or full stop here. I can't say that today our audience I will remind you my yesterday's thoughts. The audience of the Russian Museum are not only the visitors of the Russian Museum who follow its activity in the field of digital technologies, but also our partners, our regional museums, foreign partners, and I'm addressing to them because the other part of our audience that was attracted by NFT, blockchain, and cryptocurrencies. They were very good in this topic, and we could see it in our comments. But our job is to put the light on the field of culture, fine arts, and federal agencies operation in the field of culture. So thank you to all the speakers and to those speakers who try to analyze their activity and the field that they presented. It was very interesting to listen to and to learn how these technologies develop. And of course, the market today is a driver of progress. It's a very important thought that I didn't manage to say it aloud today. Why? So we all noticed that now in that metaverses and marketplaces, supply and demand work like that. Demand pulls the supply, and if you want to, and do you remember the question, if an artist is free, the artist who wants to be on demand, what should he do? It's a question to artists, the question to museums. To what extent you, dear colleagues, are ready to step into this river that changes every second? What conclusions have you made for yourself? So you are welcome here in the Multimedia Center on the 9th St. Petersburg Culture Forum, and we invite you to a special exposition in this Multimedia Center devoted to cosmonauts, where actual artists with themes about space will present their artworks, and we hope to meet our speakers who were online at this conference. I hope you will find opportunities to come in person, and I invite everybody, please come. We will meet, we will discuss everything. Thank you very much for joining our conference. If you have any questions, comments, whatever, please write about it. We work for you, for us, for the history. Thank you very much. Thank you and goodbye.